We are live, apparently. Going to YouTube's horrible dashboard. Alright. Roughneck Terra, huh? Alright, there's a dubstep Final Fantasy VI remix. Sure. Hey folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright. The Game Awards were disappointing. You mean the like 2-hour show where Geoff Keighley gives a bunch of awards to his industry friends and then a bunch of ads play? What else were you expecting? Oh man. Can't believe people actually watch that. Alright. So the exciting news around these parts is that we got the replacement PSIO in. So we got 2 PSIOs, akimbo PSIOs. We were ready to go for this. So I was supposed to get it yesterday, but the person who delivered it, which I assume is a seasonal package delivery only USPS person, delivered the package to my mailbox thing and then didn't give me the key for the special thing that it's in. So it was just sitting in there for overnight. But I got it. I left a note in my mailbox saying, "Hey, what's going on here?" And then they fixed it. So good on USPS to resolve it. Like I typically don't have issues out here in the small little sleepy coastal town that I'm in now with mail delivery. Things take like an extra day to get to me because it's you really got to go off your way to get here. Like Monterey is kind of a weird. It's kind of weird. Like grocery prices are slightly higher because there's no like real good main highway to take to get here. So for things like groceries and other deliveries, they have to go out of their way to get to South Monterey Bay. But that's one of the prices of living here, I guess, besides the insane real estate prices. God. Alright. So hopefully y'all are doing good today. Let's see. So I've also got some exciting Goodwill purchases that I made, but I'll talk about those when we get them. I haven't quite won the auction for one of them yet. That one ends in a few days from now, but if I do win that one, holy shit, I'm going to be so excited. It's going to make my year if I win this auction that's on Goodwill. So we'll know by the end of the weekend, I think, on that one. And I also won an auction today for something that should improve the stream quality for me at the very least. It's something I can use for stream production, and I'll show that when it gets here, assuming it works. But sure. Move to the Bay Area or LA. It depends on if you're going to be working in the city and what industry you're in and what you want to do and all that. Having lived in both places, they both have their perks. But I am personally more of a Southern California guy. And as it turns out, I will be moving back to SoCal next year, so I'm probably intending to stay there. So that's my opinion between the two, I guess, for what it's worth. Okay, so let's get started today, shall we? So, Monster Rancher 2, we're on part 2 of this one. We're about 2.5 hours in on this. We've already got a death with 9 saves. And yeah, it's pretty much Monster Rancher 1, except there's more stuff. Sure. So, as we do here on the stream, here's what you missed previously on Monster Rancher. Previously. They're getting personal right off the bat, huh? No. Always make time for romance. What the fuck is that? Into the vat, Slinky Kong. Yes! Overblood 2 coming in the clutch. Oh? There you go, Suezo. Oh. Alright. Apparently there's cat girls in this game. With... Holy shit, those stats. Wait, this is the F Cup, isn't it? This doesn't seem fair. Hopefully Peepo's not dead. Oh no. So long, buddy. It was a good one. Result, 1 loss. Alright. Oh man, what a game. Alright, I gotta turn on and turn off all these audio feeds because we're still set up for computer input here. Roman cam. Alright. Time for everybody's favorite boot sound. Wow. Alright. So welcome, folks. You're gonna miss KQ7? Yeah. I might be starting it a little bit earlier because I can only handle so much Monster Rancher 2. So we're probably going to be starting King's Quest 7 in like an hour and a half, let's say. So you might catch the beginning of it. Though we do have an addendum. I must note, we have an addendum to King's Quest 6. There's something amazing that I forgot to show at in King's Quest 6. That's actually not in the game itself. Okay. Let's do it. Alright. Monster Rancher 2. I keep running over my headphone cord. Alright. I'm not sure what the correct OSSC mode is for this game. I'm trying a different mode today, and this looks even worse. So, I'll have to switch it to the one of the other settings that I made. I think this is the one I used before, and that looks slightly better. So let's stick with that. Okay. Oh, nice. Been watching the VODs at work. Nice. Okay, so we're currently rolling with our Suezo 4 right now. We're currently rank D, I believe, with Suezo. Like, what's our data? So our Suezo is mostly ranged attack right now. 11 wins, 7 losses, 5 knockouts. Interesting. Never been hurt yet. Form normal. Likes rest. Of course, Suezo. We still only have 3 attacks. And I believe we're at, like, rank D in the Monster Rancher Association, or whatever it is. Okay, so what's our schedule looking like here? So we got a carnival today. Suezo doesn't look like he's tired, so we can go ahead and enter this, it looks like. So let's do it. Grade D for some disc chips and 1,000 Gs. Sure. Monster's got... Yeah, okay. She gives the same advice every single time. It's like, we've entered like 8 tournaments so far, and I don't think the game needs to keep telling me how to play the game. Full backwards compatibility across 4 generations. Pause to do multiple games at once. So it's a PC. They're making it work like a PC, like its guts are like, right? Ah, the Spring Carnival D. It's about to start. So that's interesting. That means they figured out how to do complete backwards compatibility for all Xbox games, because it was limited. Sakura Art. Okay. Oh, we're up against Milliam again. Okay. Well, that's neat that they got proper backwards compatibility. I wonder if that's a recent decision that they made because Sony said that the PS5 was going to do backwards compatibility all the way back to PS1. So I wonder if they're just saying that right now, or if they're both saying that and they're both bluffing to make the other use up resources to to do these, and now they both have to do it. Like, is this an elaborate debate by both companies that has screwed both over? And meanwhile, Nintendo is just, oh, no. Okay, so if we get hit by Ray, we're done. I just remembered. Okay, we gotta stay right up in her grill. Oh my god. Stop it with the foolery! Oh no! Okay. What is this foolery? Come on, Suezo. Get your shit together. Okay. There we go. There we go. Whew. Okay. Yeah, meanwhile, Nintendo, like, they're, God, they did something recently about, like, I think they were making people take down, like, eBay auctions for, like, legit carts or something. There's some really stupid thing that they did recently that was stupid even for them. I forget what it was, though. Maybe it was like a translation service or something. All right, we're guaranteed top 2. And it's Palmer. Okay, so we're up against Sledgeman, the final. Beatmania, the final. Yeah, that Nintendo tax. It ain't cheap. Like, they're... I don't think I've heard exactly what the cost is, but I wonder if they pass on the cost of cartridge manufacture to publishers like they did in the SNES years, SNES and NES years, and N64. Because that was one of the big reasons why a lot of developers didn't do N64, was because Nintendo charged a bunch of money on top of how much it already cost to manufacture cartridges. So that's why there's so many games on PlayStation rather than N64, because third parties did not want to pay Nintendo for their cartridge tax. But at least for Switch, you can do digital distribution, so there's always that avenue for smaller publishers. But for the big names, I have a feeling they probably have to pay the tax. Okay, we're almost out of guts. Oh, this thing has attacks at all ranges. And that hits for a lot. Ooh, this has bad interior defense. Okay, so if we stay up in its grill... Okay. Take it. Alright. Yeah, they actually did that to me, Jordo. I was trying to sell a older 3DS that wasn't modded or anything. And I mentioned it was on like some older firmware or something, and just having the mention of the firmware version made Nintendo take down the auction. So I got a very sternly written email from eBay that they took down my auction on behalf of Nintendo or something. Like, those motherfuckers. All I wanted to do was sell my 3DS for $30 or however much it would have been. So I still got it. It's just sitting on my shelf over there. Because I don't need it anymore. I already have another 3DS that's modded for capture, so a non-capture 3DS is not going to do me any good. We gained an item. Alright, we're slowly gaining back our fame. Alright, we're back to where we were before. Yeah, eBay kind of sucks for a lot of things. It's like, you mostly have to find a forum or something that's stuff like that, or like a subreddit for some things like that. But then you lose a lot of the buyer and seller protections that go with stuff like eBay. So it's weird. Learned a lesson. Oh, sick. Okay. I'll take it. Okay. Praise it? Sure. Alright, Suizo. You've earned this rest. Alright. So ideally I want Suizo to start learning some skills. But I also want to wait for the little excursion trips to go on sale. I think it's like every month or so there's a discount on the trips, so we'll just train here, I guess, for now. Alright. Be down, life up. Alright, how about this? I did win an item in the tournament. It was some sort of item. Come on, Suizo. Come on, Suizo. Oh, okay. That's the top of the hill, I take it. Good. Yeah, they lock everything in the barn. Which food do you get this month? Alright. How about some meat this month? You've earned it this month, Suizo. You didn't immediately get killed in your first match. You lasted this long. Have some meat. Alright. Yeah, that was a big POW gains. skill, defense. Actually, let's How about more skill? I like the chance to hit. Pretty good. Because we sure are missing a lot. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. That wasn't a complete failure. Come on. Two out of 3 ain't bad, Suezo. Alright, back at it, Suezo. No. Yeah, F was some sort of, like, anything goes tournament. Oh, come on. Alright, Suezo. I'm disappointed, Suezo. Come on, Suezo. Suezo. Alright. Sure. We gotta remember that by nature, Suezos are moody, so we can't scold it too much, otherwise it's gonna run away from us. And then we'll have to take Lanky Kong off ice. Are you saying Suezo has bad depth perception? And that's why he's so bad at that? I could see that. Alright, back to fish, Suezo. You did not earn that meat. An official tournament? Okay. Alright, so that... Oh! This must be the half-price errantry. Yep. Well, I don't think we have really a hope just yet of ranking up to the next rank. So Suezo's stressed. Yep, I've been a little too hard on Suezo. Okay, well you're going to monster school, Suezo. Alright. Skill, total C. So more skill would be nice, so we'll do that. I really want that chance to hit. Tachi, Amoeba, Bustler, Nordy, Rocky Gel, Scratcher, Clear Hair, Tomcat, that's not a cat. Yellowhead. That's like a Suezo lobster. Huh. Crabber. Maddie. Sea Rock. Bloody Eye. Silverface. Alright, sure. Hey, Baze. Alright, I'm cool with missing that tournament, because we're not winning that one anyways. Okay. Oh, I thought it got stuck in the sand. Okay, that's success. Plus 10 skills. Sick. And we got a new technique. I'll take it. Okay, sure. Hungry sharks. Uh-oh, this is... We're gonna have to get the shoebox out again? Yo, this is the best he's ever done in one of these. We've never made it to stage 4 yet. This is new. Gigantic crab. Yo. Dude. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I put it in its weak spot for massive damage. All that just for a drop of blood. Praise it? Sure. Oh. Dang it. Come on, Suizo. Okay, that wasn't long. Worth it. Worth it for all that. Oh, wait. Wait. We might have lost some skill from that. Okay, I think we still got something from it. And, okay, we got teleport. Hit percent A. Force D. Sharpness E. And it's a hit technique. Alright. So you got the nothing personal kid spell. Okay. Oh no, no, no. Okay. Alright, so if we got POW. Sure. Hey, finally did this drill. Alright, back to fish, Suizo. More speed would be nice too. Alright. I don't think he's successfully done this one yet either. Come on, Suizo. There you go. You've impressed Toucan Sensei. Wait, maybe we're the toucan. Oh my god. This is life-changing. Alright. I'll take it. Monster Pups Cup for some disc chips. Let's enter. Your fame will drop. Well, we don't have much to begin with. Let's get our Suezo's self-esteem back up. Hey, there's Nats. Alright, Nats. Alright, Suezo's got this. Suezo, if you lose this, you're going straight to the glue factory. Suezo? Oh, okay. Alright, that's a decent amount of damage. Nothing personal, kid. Look at that. Got a KO all on his own. Oh man, Data. Is there a Data like skin for the cats in Monster Hunter World? If there isn't, then what are they doing? Or have somebody modded in something like that? And why Capcom has not made Data the company mascot, I have no clue. Rather than the dumb Monster Hunter World cats. They had Data the monkey right there. Suezo, are you about to lose in a D rank tournament? Suezo? Suezo? Okay. Just four straight loogies to the face. We'll fix that problem. Suezo did a better job than I did. But it's okay, because we're fighting Nats next. And historically, fights with Nats have been a little one-sided. Alright. This better be over in like 10 seconds. Oh god, it might be. And not in my favor. Okay. Nats actually got hits in this time. How disappointing. Hey, this is nothing but good wholesome entertainment. Just like Pokemon. Swizza wins. Yeah, Monster Rancher is just digital cockfights. That is pretty much what it is. Alright, rank 1, we did it. Look at all those G's. And some disc chips. Alright. Should probably check and see what they do. I can't wait to see their fame status. Well, we're still higher than we were before at 1, so... Learned a lesson. What'd you learn? Well, that's something. Great job, Swizzo. As a secret seasoning, Hare's disc and Zoom's disc. Okay. Alright, we haven't been to the shop at all yet. This is brand new. Trainer assistant. Sure. Master Pibbs. Oh, I see. That's the guy who let his Peepo die. Yeah. I see. Well then, my G's spend just as good. And sure. Okay then. So we got additional food options. Will gain weight if they eat a lot of sweet food like this. Okay. Necessary for discipline. Give them a snake. Alright. Use it to reward. Sure. I think I remember most of these from the first game. Mix your monster brace. Okay. Nuts oil. This oil squeezed out of nuts helps the monster recover from fatigue. Sure. A monster will become popular if it eats this. Okay. Sure. How much of those things we got worth? 500 each? Okay. Sure. can't remember if he's tired. Does this say if he's tired? Sickness. I actually can't remember. Oh yeah, he's tired. Okay. All right. Yep, this mysterious white powder, which just happens to be next to the big nut item. Okay. There's an official tournament. Okay. Alright, well, we'll do that. So, 2 weeks of training. Today is Suezo the 4th's birthday. Alright. Yeah, it's no Get Bigger song, like in the first game. Happy birthday, get bigger. Oh, the bird is named Joy. Oh, okay, I remember that. I remember that now. Joy is the assistant to the assistant. So we're not the bird. Though we might still be a bird. Who knows? Alright. So the tournament, end of the month. So we're gonna train for 2 weeks, rest on the 3rd, and then get our ass kicked on the 4th week. Alright, so more power would be nice. How type? Yeah, we have like a good mix between POW and not POW. Hit tech. So we certainly need more POW if we can swing it. All right. Yep. Happy birthday, Suezo. Now pull this bird up a hill. Dang it, Suezo. Alright, we'll do the easier POW training. Now, don't screw up this one, Suezo. Alright. Good job, Suezo. Alright, a week of rest, and then hopefully don't get blown up too badly in the tournament. We're also Suezo? Oh, man. Alright. Suezo's in good shape, at least. That's something. Alright. Oh, we're rank C. Wait. What rank are we? We're rank D. Okay. So if we win the rank D, we'll rank up? I don't... Huh, it lets you participate in the higher rank tournament, I guess. Okay. Let's win. All right. Okay. All right, good. Dang, that's a lot. Alright, I think we just gotta timer scam this. Oh, man. Oh, man. It gave us the intelligent cube. Shit. Winston is the only one that's an actual threat, you think? Well... You saw how that one went. Alright. We've beaten Palmer before, so we got this. Oh yeah, Palmer just has a ton of HP. And with super low POW, so if we get right up in his grill and stay there. Yeah, keep doing that. Take that. I'll take it. Much easier. Oh, and Winston lose? No, of course not. Alright, Milliam's the one with the laser beam attack. So we gotta be really careful against Milliam. Alright, if we don't beat Winston here, then we have no chance of winning the tournament. but we're outclassed in nearly every stat except up close physical. So that attack damages guts as well as HP. So that one's especially worth doing. Alright. See? Winston ain't nothing. And we almost had that first fight if it weren't for the cube attack. Otherwise would have had that. Alright. So now our hopes are still alive of taking the tournament win. Okay. So if we win out and Winston loses again, then we got this. Alright, I think this is against Milliam. So we gotta stay within range 1 or 2. Because otherwise we're gonna get just blasted by the ray. And we have to finish this before there's a chance of another ray. And that works. I'll take it. Because otherwise we can get one shot. Dang, so this might still be a tie. Or require a tiebreaker. Alright. So this is much better skill and speed, but that's about it. And it's only got range 1 and 2. Landing a hit is going to be the difficult part here. What? Oh, he didn't do anything. I was hitting that attack button. Well, we lost this, so rip that. Fuck. There's still hope if Winston loses. Alright, Winston needs to lose. Alright, give him the cube, Capella. Suezo, rank 3? What? I can't wait to see how much his fame went down. Oh, we got 7. Okay, we got 7 fame for that. Sure. Sure. Yeah, if only we didn't lose that first round. That would have been ours for the taking, but Suezo let me down. Alright, what'd you learn, Suezo? Not much. Cannot be the champion. Did a good job. Sure. Alright. Fish for you. Alright, is this discount errantry? Alright, errantry is cheaper. Seems tired. Oh god, well. So Suezo is probably going to be in the hospital again after errantry, but... Oh wait, no, errantry's cheap for the month, so we can rest him this week. And then send him off to errantry, I think. Oh, the dramatic music there scared me for a second. Like, did Suezo die in his sleep or something? All right, let's go take on that crab again and defeat the giant enemy crab. And let's take on Nordy while we're there. So that's choosing our opponent if we clear all 4 stages. All right. Look at all that ski. And we got a new tech. Alright. Alright. So far, so good. This is exactly what happened last time. But we did not defeat the gigantic enemy crab last time. This is where we failed previously. Oh? Oh? Well, we got a new technique out of it. Good job, Suezo. Okay. Ridge Racer. We still haven't done Ridge Racer in PSXplosion yet. There's like 3 or 4 of them, too? Okay, what we got? We got telekinesis, int type. Okay, so we can... And that's S hit percent. Yo. It costs 23, but... Sure. Okay. There's Ridge Racer, Rage Racer, R4, yeah, so 4 of them, yep. We haven't done Wipeout yet either, like, there's still so many racing games left in PSXplosion. And they're generally pretty short, which is perfect. Official Cup. Okay, there's another Official Cup next month. Sure, let's see. Arcade racers, they mostly move to mobile for the most part, because that's that platform seems like kind of the best fit for that style of gameplay. That day is going to be pretty soon. Pretty soon. Not today, though, but pretty soon. There's a lot more changes to the environment in this game, but that's probably because it's using actual 3D assets rather than 2D like in the first game. An official tournament. Okay. So train, and then rest, and then get blown up by the other thing. Alright. Hey! Did it, finally. Okay. Plus 8, that's a lot. Alright. What else? More life wouldn't be bad, and also defense. Like, ideally we don't get hit. That's the best defense, but sometimes you gotta take what you can get. Suezo says, I want some rest. Well, we could do that. We can oblige, Suezo. Yeah, Dr. Game Shark is very discreet and prescribes lots of diuretics and can provide Suezo with some prosthetics in case there's in need of a urine test. So, Suezo will be fine. Suezo can compete in international competition just fine. There actually is a story, kind of, so far. There's been 1,000,000,000% more plot in this one than in the first game. There's still the same, like, hey, you gotta catch them all and be the best there ever was, just like in the first game, but then there's also this weird international competition thing in this one with the two different continents and their own separate leagues competing, and there's named characters that we've seen in cutscenes. Well, not really cutscenes, it's just talking heads, but still, that's more than there ever was in the first one. All right, let's do this, Suezo. No more dying. We got this. Let's win. I hope so. Oh no, sweet bomb. Oh no. Well, we can only afford one loss. Or actually 0 losses, because Sleep Bomb is a guaranteed loss, I think. Sleep Bomb has like 400 HP. So we gotta really, really timer scam that one. Are you shitting me? Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, dang. Take it. I think she's the same here. I have no idea. It's been so long since I've seen the cartoon for this one. Is the cartoon for this on streaming services? Because I know, like, Amazon Prime has I think X-Men and has some like 90s cartoons. And actually, Amazon Prime has they recently added Masters of the Universe in that amazing movie. So, but I watched a little bit of that last night, and man, what a film that was. All right. So I think I remember seeing that movie in the theaters, and that came out in like '87. But I remember seeing it in the theaters, or maybe it had to be on home video. Oh, Hulu has it? Nice. Hey, how's Suezo? Suezo is, for the most part, surviving. We're making some good gains today on our int and our skill. And most importantly, our Suezo is still alive. Damn, this thing hits like a truck. Alright, I have 0 guts, so we need to... Okay, good. Timer scam accomplished. Whew. 2 seasons, yeah. I'm trying to think back of how much I saw of the cartoon, and I only remember like 2 or 3 episodes. Like that and Digimon, I remember were on TV, but I think they either aired at times where I was either at school or in like after school things, so I couldn't go home and watch them. They were on at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and I typically wasn't home until like 4 or 5 when they were showing stuff like Power Rangers. And I think on the weekends I didn't wake up early enough to see them, so I missed out on a lot of those. Alright. Palmer ain't shit, so we got this. WB. Yeah, I had access to all of those, but what I didn't have access to is time. So I couldn't see those, and I think like I had access to a VCR with the timer on it, so I could have recorded them. But the only things that I remember explicitly recording was like later stuff with like Toonami, and I remember recording Gundam Wing on VHS. But I think I was in middle school by then, watching anime off of VHS tapes. And that would have been like 98, I think. That's how anime is supposed to be watched, off of a poorly calibrated VHS tape. Just crank that tracking knob all the way over. Alright, just timer scan this. Okay. Alright, I think we got this one in the bag, as long as we don't lose to... Oh, that's right. Hey, Sleep Bomb dropped the match. Alright, we got this. Yeah, the hard-coded enormous yellow subs are the best way to go. I have in my archive on my network attached storage, I still have some oh god, I think I still have some shows on like Real Media. And they have the hard-coded enormous subtitles on them. Okay. I think, oh god, it might have been like, I think Peacemaker Kuragane, I think, was one of the ones I have that's like that. Or before soft-coded subtitles were a thing. Like, I know I have a lot of old Naruto episodes that are like that. Oh, okay, we can't get caught in the loop against this thing again. That's our first foolery in a while. We've been pretty good about minimal foolery. Nope, I did that. Alright, let's knock him out for revenge for last time. Okay. Yep, the old standard definition anime. I think I actually have some DVDs from back then. Like, I think I copied a friend in college had Evangelion box set, I think. And I think I just have ISOs of that somewhere on other DVDs. I think for some reason I made an ISO of it, but then burned the ISO in ISO format to a DVD. So I have to copy that and then mount it and then play it to watch it. Very forward thinking of me, because I knew in the future someday hard drives would be big enough that I could just put that ISO on a hard drive and save myself a step. Alright, Sleep Bomb. It looks like it kind of doesn't matter what the outcome of this is, but I'd still rather not die. So I'm almost inclined to just hit that select button at the start of this fight and pull the chute. Because I forgot that's the thing you can do in this game, but oh well. Yeah, Sleep Bomb has 275 life and 223 power, but everything else is crap. Okay. No. Okay. Thank you, merciful Sleep Bomb. Alright. Luckily, Sleep Bomb is just bad. Uh-oh. Okay. I think if I get hit by anything from Sleep Bomb, it's just kind of over. Alright, good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, these ones didn't age super well. I can see the appeal for them. Like the appeal of something like this and Digimon as alternatives to the Nintendo kids back in the day, but Pokemon aged well. I'm not so sure about these. Alright, well, we finally won a tournament. It's been a while. With a resounding, solid victory this time. But I think I entered the wrong tournament, because that was probably too easy. Alright, we did it. Okay. I think that's the most fame we've ever had. Digimon World 1, yeah. Yeah, that one was a little bizarre trying to figure out. Trying to think back to my playthrough of it. I don't think I ever really got stuck in that one. I'm pretty sure I did have to Game Shark it like towards the end though, but I think most of it I didn't have too much of an issue with. Oh, Windows wants to restart. No thanks, Windows. Alright, you've been doing good lately, Suezo, so we'll give you some meat. A Digimon anime. There was a Wasn't there like a cyber sleuth Digimon thing recently? Express from Ima. Okay. Good. Immediately hit the nuke. I watched most of the original Pokemon anime because it's either on Netflix or Amazon, I forget which. Okay, we're ranked 2. Good. And some parts of it are kind of rough, as late 90s anime kind of is in its own way. But it's not horrible. Okay, so we're at loyalty 50. Okay. Lifespan is 2 to 3 years, or 3 to 4 years. Wait, we haven't won any D rank ones? What? Didn't we? Oh, that's the amount of monsters you have that are that rank. Okay. Sure. The soul from the golden species. Oh, number 69. All right, nice. There's our best memorial of our Peepo 2. Number 69. What? Do I even want to know? Where's... Okay, there. Melon, Suezo. Sure. Yeah, let's, hold up. Female trainers try not to teach it some kind of techniques. Sure. Oh boy. Oh boy. Monster Rancher, huh? Alright, so there's the New Year's Cup free-for-all. We know to not enter that if we value our Suezo. Torble University Cup for 3,000. Dang. Okay. Sure. That's next week, so if we do need to rest. Well, if it's about poop throwing, like, you think male trainers would probably not want to have shit thrown at them too, right? Like, why is it specifically female trainers? Sure, let's enter this one. See if we can get the big gains from it. Yeah, it's probably for the best we put Lanky on ice. We'll turn Lanky into something else later, probably. Just notice in the background, those are just statues vomiting on a loop. Unluckily, it's raining. Okay. Torble University Cup is now beginning. Let's win. Alright, Nicole 2Ls. This is... What the hell even is that? Is that like Supersonic, but it's got a mask on? Or it's like Cat Pikachu. Alright, Cat Pikachu. You got nothing. Oh yeah, it is a cat. Okay. Well, this is probably not going to go well. And this is rank C. Oh boy. That looks more like a teddy bear than a cat, but alright. Alright, we might be able to just timer scam this. No! Okay, well, that works. I'll take it. I'll take it. If we can timer scam our way to 3K, then sure. So it looks like a golem versus dog. Oh, it's a dragon. Oh, okay. Alright. So in Monster Rancher 1, we also had a golem in addition to Suezo. And that golem, I think, took us pretty far. And if it's like the golem in the first game, it's got... Oh, Jesus. Alright. So if we get hit at all, we're dead. I just got really high defense. Oh, shit. And the dragon beat this. Uh-oh. This... Okay. Suezo. Prayers up for Suezo. Prayers up for Suezo. Oh no. Oh no. I can't wait to see Suezo's fame. Oh no, it's flame dropped. That might be the least of Suezo's problems right now. Oh no. Alright. Back in it. Jaunty town music. Alright. We live with our mistakes. Alright, Lanky Kong. You're up. I bet it just... Alright. Alright. Here's our new son, Lanky Kong. So you know that thing that dogs do? When they're trying to clean off their ass? Lanky's just doing that all the time. Alright, Lanky Kong, what's your deal? Alright. Pretty okay stats for Lanky. Got slap and thwack. Alright. Okay. Yeah, not on the carpet, Lanky. Alright. Let's domino, Lanky. Off to a great start here. Come on, Lanky. There you go. Okay, so if it does that animation... Wait. Yeah, Suezo got hit for 400 something damage by a single... It was that attack from a golem, and... Alright, seems sorry. I don't know what food it likes. How about potatoes? Do you like potatoes, Lanky Kong? Stressed out. Alright, well. Stop screwing up drills, and then it will not be stressed out anymore. Defense, life. Alright, how about swim? Sure. Alright, yeah, that's how you swim. Perfect. I don't think we're even going to need int on Lanky. This is probably going to be physical only. Alright. We're definitely not entering a D tournament with... And not that one. Especially not that one. Swimming makes you stupid? Well, I am an example of that. I was a swimmer from age... like 6 until 16 or 17. Man am I stupid. So that checks out. How about more power? Also swimmer. Well, I'm pretty sure if you are in Southern California and you are of Scandinavian descent, you're pretty much required to be on a swim team or water polo team of sorts. Because I know Mr. _ Shasta also exactly the same, and also all the other Scandinavians in the area, all of them on the swim team or water polo team. I don't know why. I don't know why it's such a big deal to be involved with swimming and water polo, but it's something you're forced into. But luckily that gave me just enough muscle to get by on 0 exercise for the next, like, 2 decades. So that worked out, I guess. Sure, that counts. Alright. Rest well, Lanky Kong. Does that mean I started working out again? No. I haven't for a while because of all the crazy amounts of injuries that I got this year. My foot is good enough that I can at least start walking around more. I don't know if intended for baby monsters. Let's see if Lanky likes fish. But no, I have not worked out regularly in, I think, literal years at this point. Official tournament. All right, well we can enter Lanky in that tournament. Yoga. Well, the problem with yoga for me is my back. And actually, my back is killing me today. Like, I'm doing my best to stay in one position for as much of the stream as I can, because holy shit. Like, I'm gonna... Luckily, there's, they're doing the second half of the network maintenance on my web servers. Let's see, on the 14th, I think. So that's Saturday night into Sunday morning. So I'm probably gonna have to take an extra couple days or so to rest up my back, because it usually only gets worse from here. Well, let's try more skill. Oh, I'm fine with cycling. Yeah, that was just a freak accident with the bike. I do have, well, I still have this water, so I have 2 full cups of water with, well, flavored water, I guess. And then I still have this this water container. This is actually from RPG Limit Break 2015, I think. And I'm still using that thing. Still using that thing. Okay, so second week. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we could just enter that rank E tournament right now and steamroll everybody, but we'll keep getting those gains. Yeah, your PCF water ball? Nice. Yeah, those are kind of the best swag you can get from those events. Like who cares about the t-shirt that's gonna probably dissolve in the washing machine after 2 washes? Like, give me one of these things, and these you can use for years. And I'm sure they cost less than those shirts do. Okay, a week of rest, and then let's try our luck in the tournament. Yeah, the low quality drawstring bags. Yep, I certainly have memories of those things from SGDQ 2015, I think, whichever one I did Shenmue in, where I threw up in the bag in the hotel hallway, going up to our room with Chops and Rexy. That was a great start to the week. Barfing into a bag in the hallway. Oh, you never heard that story? Oh, man. So the... May do foolery, that's fine. So the, let's see. So Rexy and I got to the venue like an hour or two early before we could even check in or get our bags. And so we were just hanging out for a while to get our room key. And then everybody got their room keys all at once, and everybody wanted to go up to put their stuff away in the rooms. So there's only at that hotel that it was in I think it was Minneapolis, there's supposed to be 4 elevators, but they were doing renovations at the time, so there's only 2 working elevators. And then one of the elevators broke down. So there was one elevator for like 1,000 people trying to go up to the upper floors of the apartment to put their stuff away. So the other alternative was to take the stairs, and our room was on like the 12th floor or something. So we had to climb 12 steps or 12 flights of stairs, and I packed a bag that was completely filled, like this enormous duffel bag completely filled with stuff in it. So that was a lot of stuff to carry up. And just prior to climbing the stairs, oh man. We missed Steven with a foolery. Alright, I'll finish the story after the... Oh man, the double bitch slap. Come on, Lanky. Holy crap, are we gonna... Alright. Give him a thwack, just to end this. Nice. Okay, so so just prior to climbing the stairs, I went to the vending machine and I got a bottle of Red Powerade. And I drank like most of the bottle of Red Powerade just before we got our room key, and all that stuff to go upstairs. So we climbed the stairs a lot quicker than I was typically used to, and I was also carrying like probably about 30 or 40 pounds of bags up with me, which for me is a lot. Up these flights of stairs, and after about, let's say 8 or 9 flights of stairs, I was just feeling really sick right at that moment. And we had also checked into SGDQ at the time, and we got our swag bags. And I think one of the things was a Twitch branded purple like tote bag thing. And then there was also some other bag, I think for SGDQ that was separate. And after about 9 steps, I got out of the stairwell, went into the hallway. There was actually a cleaning lady just down the hallway from me, and I was just feeling super sick. So I got the bag out, and I started barfing into the bag right there in the hallway. But luckily, it was just Red Powerade that I was barfing up. So there wasn't much. But that was the scene of day -1 of SGDQ, me getting sick in the hallway of the hotel, on a floor that wasn't actually for GDQ attendees. And there's just me standing in the hallway yakking into this bag. Luckily, I had the foresight to empty everything out of the bag just before I barfed into it. Oh my god! And then the cleaning lady was just staring at me while this was all happening, and then she came over and gave me a trash bag after I was finished barfing. So I was able to put the other bag into it and then throw it away for me. It was very funny at the time. Oh man. Yeah, that is the SGDQ Red Powerade story for you. And then we made it upstairs to the room and then continued on with the event. Oakley man. Hey, there's Nats. Still stuck in E rank Nats. Oh, undefeated Nats. Yeah, broke my foot. Like, my finger still bothers me from time to time. Like, I have a feeling this is probably going to be a lifetime issue for my fucking torn up ligaments in my finger. Oh, God. Alright, Nats. Okay. So we have pretty much better stats across the board. Alright, Lanky Kong. Really? There's a fart attack. That's pretty awesome, actually. That's something I would probably be in Digimon. Oh. Got him. Yeah, we can only hope that Lanky Kong can get the fart attack. Lanky Kong is actually part hare, and maybe that's that'll do it. All right, hard kicks. Okay. So relatively even here. Oh, I love that attack so much. Well, that sure was a fight. Alright, I think that won us the tournament. It's kind of sad that Nats is in second. Okay. Man. Pathetic. Alright, Oakley Man. Oakley Man TM. Wins by default. Wait, what? Okay, that's a new one. Nobody ever did that with Suezo. Okay. And of course, Nats is 4-1. What a amazing tournament. Yeah, that did happen in one, but it hasn't happened yet in this one until just now. Man, that movement animation is pretty amazing. Alright, we did it. How much fame do we get? Dang, that's a lot for a rank E tournament. Okay. We didn't even win in like completely dominating fashion either. We got like one knockout and the rest was a whole lot of not much. Alright, what'd you learn, Lanky? Defense, speed, and skill. Okay. I'll take that. We needed those. Praise it? Sure. Good job, Lanky Kong. Alright. Some fish for you, Lanky Kong. Okay. So that will do it tonight for Monster Rancher 2. We made some good progress and then we lost most of it. And now we and now we have Lanky Kong. Oh man. Sure. Sure. Alright, so let's I'm not sure when we're gonna start game sharking this one, but it will be pretty soon, because you know, this is a whole lot like Monster Rancher 1 so far. So I'll have to consider my options with this one. Alright, so after a short break, we are going to turn on my computer here. We're going to do King's Quest VII, The Princeless Bride on PC, the second to last official Sierra King's Quest game. And before we start that one, there's some unfinished King's Quest VI business to attend to, which we will do after the break for this. So stay tuned, I'll be back in a couple minutes for King's Quest 6 or 7. King's Quest 6 and then 7. Sure. just realized I didn't put my headset on. Haha. Quality streamer here. Alright. So, King's Quest 7. The Princeless Bride. 7th game in the King's Quest series. 1994 is when this one came out. King's Quest 6 was 92, I think. So a few years separated this one and the other ones. Sierra still published and developed it. So we got kind of different looking box art for this. Save a kingdom from its fiery doom. So this is version 2.0, enhanced for Windows 95. DOS and 3.1 versions also included. Sure. So this is rated kids to adults. So this is kind of just after the ESRB became a thing. 94, yeah, just about then. So kids to adults, ages 6+. Sure. Okay. Alright. Plunge headlong into a land of danger and discovery. Match wits with an evil enchantress bent on a kingdom's destruction. Take up the challenge of King's Quest VII, The Princeless Bride, the 7th and most exciting chapter in the world's best-selling computer venture series. I don't know about that, but nah. Oh, you haven't yet, Shio. I'm going to show that once we actually get into the thing, because I remembered there's a reason why why I saw it in the first place. Amazing animation and an incredible soundtrack surround this engaging story as you play 2 separate characters in 6 alternating chapters. Okay. Travel through a series of remarkable worlds, from a dark land below ground to a mysterious land of the clouds. Each turn yields both secret and salvation. And every mystery you solve brings you closer to the fiery confrontation that determines the fate of an entire kingdom. Alright. Best installment of the classic computer game series, says Billboard Magazine. I don't know about that. But sure. Version 2.0 enhanced for Windows 95. New upgraded features. Runs faster. More save game options. Not really? Not really. And there's Roberta. There's our updated Roberta picture. Roberta Williams is the author and designer of the King's Quest series, as well as the new blockbuster, Phantasmagoria. I think we might play that one day, and is heralded by USA Today as the undisputed queen of computer adventure writers. See, they're getting more and more specific with the praise for Roberta. So it used to be the undisputed queen of adventure games, and now it's computer adventure writers. Like, yeah, she did Phantasmagoria. Yep, that certainly is a game. Alright, danger looks around every corner in a story filled with surprise and suspense. Okay. Encounter hordes of horrendous opponents who repeatedly test your skill. Okay. Feature film, quality animation. Turns a cleverly told story into a spectacular multimedia experience. Yeah, that's looking pretty Disney. That looks Disney to me. And then, with ancient clues and secret codes, your journey takes you to mysterious worlds. Sure. Okay. Everything else looks the same there. So this is the original box art and release for the game, which I think is better than the 2.0 re-release one. I like the look of this. And it's got a slightly different back cover here. They even have different blurbs and screenshots on the back. Surprises are around every corner. And help Valony search for her missing daughter over a dazzling array of landscapes. Sure. So they're both on CD. Just version 2.0 happened to have additional Windows 95 features. And also note that there is no ESRB rating on this one. And here's the disc looks like. Plunge headlong into a magical adventure that will touch your heart. I think this is the re-release disc. This still says copyright 1994, but it doesn't have an ESRB rating on it. And I could have sworn that the disc art had had Sorcerer's face on it, I think. Like, I've got my disc somewhere around here, but I haven't taken a good look at it. Okay. And then as far as the manual goes for the game, it's pretty standard manual stuff. So there's a no-risk guarantee, sure. There's a strategy guide built into it. You install it with setup, first screen, start the game. Yep. Continue the old game, watch intro, about, and quit. Sure. So the interface. So there's a slightly different interface to this game than there is to the previous King's Quest games that we've done. So the previous King's Quest games were either the parser interface, which you just had to type in what you were doing. 5 and 6 had the toolbar along the top of the screen, and you could right-click to change between walk, pick up, look at, talk to, use items in those games. 7 changes things up a little bit. So the King's Quest interface for this one is based on a single cursor. With it, you can move around and interact with things by highlighting the cursor. So they've dumbed down the interface even more than the other ones. Inventory objects. You can take an object and it will appear in your inventory at the bottom of the screen. If you drag the inventory item onto the eye, you can look at it. And some of the things, you actually have to do that. So you can manipulate your inventory objects, and you can also combine them. So item combination wasn't really a thing so much in 5 and 6. For the most part, you just picked up an item, and then you kind of had it, and then you use it in the game world. Item combination is more of a thing in more LucasArts games rather than this one. But they do that. Yeah, you did do a little bit for spells in 6, but it wasn't like most of the gameplay, like it can be for some other games. Controls icon. So if you click on this, this interface is not very intuitive, but that is the go to menu button. Sure. And there really aren't that many options. There's a fast forward button for skipping cartoons, but be warned, if you've never played the game before, you might miss something important. Foreshadowing. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff we don't need. So the manuals are getting more and more threadbare the farther we go into the games. There's a staff picture. There's all 12 people who worked on the game. Oh man. Designed by... So the design credit is Lorelei first, and then Roberta, and this is written by Lorelei. And she's also the director, along with Andy Hoyos, and then Roberta is at the bottom of the director credits. So even though Roberta gets her picture on the box of the game, she's apparently not like at the top of the food chain for this game, it looks like. So that's something a little different here. And there's actually a lot of people listed here in the credits. So the summer interns, voice auditions, like they really went all in on getting a lot more people working on this one. There's all the voice talent. And they just straight up tell you, like, hey, here's all the characters in the game. And that's some spoiler territory if I've ever seen any. So let's do it. Let's get into the game. First, before we jump into this game, there is something I wanted to show you that I forgot to show you from King's Quest 6. So let's get into that here. Okay. So before I start the timer, I also have to turn on the correct audio things here. So we're using the SC55, and we're also using digital audio. Let's make sure that we got audio here. I gotta unmute things. Okay. All right, get ready for some Windows dings here. Everybody's favorite. Yep, the FF7 icon. Here, I'll show you the incredible. So here's the sound test for Windows 98 FF7. Perfect. And then here's the difference between the crap MIDI that most people got with the game. Perfect. And then okay, that's not playing through there. Maybe it's XG is what I want. Did I plug it in? I did plug it in. Why is it not this one maybe? Down font. It's not playing through the SC55 right now. Okay, whatever. Okay, so here is something that I forgot to show you from King's Quest VI. So, as advertised on the box for King's Quest VI, we got this.
Wherever did you find my gold locket?
This may look like an animated cartoon, but it's actually a $500 million industry. Computer games. Literally millions of people around the world have experienced one of these interactive adventures, like the games in the King's Quest series from Sierra Online. Unlike their less sophisticated cousins, video game cartridges, today's computer games are powerful packages that take full advantage of today's fast machines. In the last 10 years, computer games have gone from stick figures to pixelized art to full-color adventures with stereo sound. And as these games have become more complex and more advanced, the production has become more involved and expensive. With budgets now approaching $1 million or more, creating a computer game has become a lot like making a motion picture.
Back in 1980, when my husband and I worked on our first game, which was Mystery House, we did all the work ourselves. I wrote the game from a scripting standpoint. I did the dialogue. I did the art. My husband did the programming. He would take my art, put it into the game, and my scripting, and put it into the game, and he programmed it. Since King's Quest VI is so important to Sierra, we made sure that we assembled a crew of the best writers, artists, animators, and programmers that the industry has to offer. And not only that, we also brought in specialists like cinematographers and composers.
King's Quest VI, the latest installment in the immensely popular series from California software publisher Sierra Online, is currently in production. The company employs over 500 people, all engaged in some aspect of computer game production.
A game like King's Quest VI takes about 1.5 years to produce and has a budget of over $1 million. During this time, the designers and the artists work together to create a storyboard that outlines the entire project, just like in a motion picture. The difference is, in a computer game, you have to plan what the player is going to do and choose different responses and storylines based upon those actions.
It's very much like a movie. The difference is that you are there as the player playing the game. You're there. You're the one determining how this movie goes.
Working from the storyboards, artists create backgrounds and characters, using traditional animation methods or video captured technology that creates a more movie-like atmosphere.
By using live costume actors, we can make the action as realistic as possible.
That sequence can then be taken into a computer program, where an artist can modify the action and blend it with hand-painted backgrounds.
For King's Quest VI, we captured over 2,000 separate character movements.
These sequences are assembled by programmers who construct the game in such a way that players can uncover puzzles in any order without losing the overall story. The end result? A mini-movie where the player directs the action.
In any order.
From the time I was a little girl, I always wanted to do movies. I mean, from the time I can ever recall telling people what I wanted to do for a living, I always said, I want to work in the movies, and I didn't mean in front of the camera. I really think that writing or scripting out an adventure game is more difficult than a movie. Playing a King's Quest game is like playing a beautiful fantasy film where you play the lead actor, the director, and you're also the audience, all at the same time.
Thanks, Roberta. All right. There's that incredible video. I gotta somehow... All right, good old Windows Media Player in Windows 98. Okay, so if you thought that was incredible... So, here's the reason. I'm gonna start the timer for this one here. So... King's Quest VII. So we're playing this off of... And actually, I gotta turn down the CPU for this. 46, 200. So we're downclocked on the CPU right now. So let's go ahead and run the game, and then you will see why I have to do something in a second here. Why I need to fire up Windows Media Player again. All right. So there's a watch intro button. This is the intro for the game, and this is how they want you to experience it playing from the DOS client. Get a load of this. That is how big the video is by default on the DOS client. It is literally 5 FPS, and it is that big. So, we're going to quit out of the game here for a second, and we're going to fire up that... that's just in the AVI file. So it's just a bunch of AVI files for the ending, the intro to the game, and all that. It's just all there. So we fire up Windows Media Player, and then here it is. And you can see it's not 5 FPS anymore. It's 10 now.
Childish things away. Aren't you happy, thrilled, delighted? You're going to be alright. Yes, I'm so excited. I want to run and hide. I want to go to a land beyond dreams, where everything's new, not really what it
She only has 4 fingers. The 4 fingers thing is bothering me.
That's not all, Mother. Then he said, "So sorry, Princess. I never step on Mama's feet when we're dancing."
All right, I admit Prince Rupert is, well, he's a bit awkward, dear.
That's putting it mildly.
But speaking of princes, my pretty daughter, it really is time you thought about getting married.
It must be hereditary.
Oh, Mother.
Valenice only has 4 too. That's royal inbreeding for you.
Now, Rosella, you're nearly 20 years old. Most of your friends are already married.
Mother, I'm not ready. There are so many things I haven't done yet. I want to have fun.
But, Rosella, I happen to know that Prince Throckmorton of Montecore is just mad about you.
Prince Throckmorton? Mother, he's so boring.
He's not boring, Rosella. He's reliable. And he's so handsome. He has the most beautiful smile, don't you think?
So this reminds me of those CDI Zelda games.
And he's so intelligent. How many young men do you know whose hobby is conjugating Latin verbs? And you know you should consider yourself lucky. Every princess in the known world is just dying to marry Prince Throckmorton. You really must strike while the iron is hot, Rosella. That's why I've invited the prince to... Rosella!
Alright, get ready for Valony's face.
Rosella, no!
I love that. Okay, so there's the incredible opening to King's Quest VII. The Princeless Bride. Let's do it. Yep, they kind of linger a little too long on that one. All right. I've already used that name. Dang it. Okay, good enough. Which chapter? So right off the bat, the game lets you skip to the end of it if you want to. If you want to start from chapter 6, hey man, it's your game. You bought it. Go for it. But we'll start from chapter 1. Thanks.
My daughter! Rosella, where are you? Blast! What is this place? Where is my Rosella, my child?
Okay. So yeah, there's definitely way more detail in the backgrounds and in the character sprites. And so we got this slider here. So instead of just the standard single screens that you had in the earlier games, you actually have scrolling left to right screens. This is 1994 is when this one came out. This is 2 years after King's Quest 6. So the cursor will kind of twinkle like that when it's over an item that you can interact with it in any way. And then we can also left click on an item to either combine it, use it, or we can look at it with this thing. The golden comb, and then we can hold down left click and move the mouse to rotate it. But we don't get any sort of like narrator telling us about things. That's one of the big differences between this game and the other ones. There's way less exposition, let's say, in this one.
Ow!
All right. Well, I thought we were gonna pick the flowers, but no, it's the cactus. Okay. Okay. So there's our dedicated cry button. And yeah, this game is based off of Torn. Yeah, this game is based off of Torrens Passage tech, and Torrens Passage we will be playing. That's also on the backlog, and that game is amazing. Alright, we got ourselves a stick. Yep, that's a stick. Okay. So we got sparkling... Okay. First adventure game you ever owned? Yeah, it was one of my
Salt crystals. How odd.
one of my early ones too. Okay, so we got some salt. Sure. And yeah, Torrens Passage is great. I love that game. Okay. Sure. So it looks like we got more puzzle-ass puzzles in this one. More environmental puzzles than in previous ones. So if we run across anything that looks like that, we'll have to make a note of things. So we'll have to actually take notes in this game, it looks like. Okay. Alright, let's see what's to the left of us.
Excuse me, sir.
This wand well.
What do you want of me?
I am Valenice of Daventry, good sir. I wonder if you might tell me where I am?
You are far away from life, and love, and hope. You are surrounded by dust, and it is dust you shall become.
You are so pale, traveler. Are you...
I lost my life in this cursed desert. Now I must wander, tormented by everlasting, burning thirst.
Is there anything I can do?
Leave this place if you can. The portal through the mountains, the mouth of the great stone head, was closed by an evil enchantress. Legend says that it can be opened, but I know not how.
This guy's got very...
Now.
Sir!
Go. This thirst drives me mad, and I know not what it will make me do.
He's doing some ASMR while delivering his lines. Alright, so that guy will probably just murder us. Okay, let's go back this way then. Yeah, I don't know if that was intentional, that they recorded that guy like that, but that was the result, I guess. Alright, that must be the head that they were talking about. What we got here? Okay, we can't scroll any farther that way. Sure.
Incredible!
Alright, so these must be the footprints of the monster that took Rosella, I'm guessing. What was the Jar Jar line from the episode 1 game? It was like, smacks lips, Misa so thirsty or something. Okay, that looks like we can...
It looks like something is supposed to fit in there.
Sure. Okay. This looks suspicious.
Ow!
Alright, can we... Nope. Can we use a stick and get that? Yeah! Alright. It's still got prickles on it, but... Okay. That's still prickly, but... Sure. Got a prickly pear. That sure is. Prickly pear. Okay.
Well, that gourd doesn't look very good to eat. It's all dried out.
Right out. Okay.
This sand is damp.
Alright. We got damp sand. Alright, we got a cave. What is this? Okay. So I have a feeling that this is for that statue that we came across earlier. I gotta toggle my telestrator. There it is. And that must be the bowl that the statue had. And then this implies that it drains the pool, probably. So we just need all three in a line like that. That seems pretty simple to me. Eat it? I'm not sure we can. Yeah, it doesn't even let us. Can we put the salt on it? Nope. Oh, we can put the cloth on the stick though. Okay. Oh. So we can change it between the two on the fly, I guess. All of this tech.
Isn't that cute?
So we went from these really elaborate, long narrations about the background and items to, isn't that cute? King's Quest VII. Okay. We got whatever that is. That... Oh, a kernel of corn. Okay. Sure.
I'm getting awfully tired of this.
Yeah, graphically this game looks good, and it's this is a 640 by 480 game, so it's higher resolution than the other ones. So that's something, you know. Yep, but there's a reason why 6 is my favorite, because it was downhill from there. All right, so we're gonna put the corn kernel in the damp sand and hope for the best.
Oh, my.
Okay.
Oh, what a beauty.
And we got an ear of corn. Okay. Can we eat it? Nope, of course not. Alright. So we got a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not entirely sure what it's for, but we got it. I don't think we can do anything with that. Yep. Alright, what's this?
Hello?
Bow! Eek!
Okay. Can we... No. How about some corn? No. We put the stick in there? No. This pot? Nope. Actually, can we collect some of that water in the pot, perhaps? No. Okay, never mind. So I assume we probably have to give a drink to that to spooky ghost guy. And I'm assuming that water that's in that that pool of water right now is probably poison, perhaps?
Rare Curiosities. Ricardo Eduardo Rodriguez, Rurat, proprietor.
Okay.
Who can that be? I cannot see.
I am Valenice of Daventry, good sir. Is there a problem with your eyes?
But awful rotten jackalope swiped my glasses. I can't cope. Normally I'd trade with you, but since I'm blind, my day's through. Leave me be. I cannot see.
What an asshole.
Of all the rude, inconsiderate...
Alright. We need to get, like, a bomb or something. Put it in there. Okay, whatever it is, we don't have it, apparently. Alright. Did these screens wrap around, perhaps? Oh. Okay. I'm guessing this is probably just infinite desert. Okay. We haven't gone in there yet. So in order to save the game in this game, you actually have to go to quit. You have to make a bookmark in order to save. So if I remember correctly, you can die in this game because it is King's Quest. Oh.
Stay away! No! Stop!
Oh shit!
I've got to find a way to get rid of that horrible thing. Or at least distract it for a while.
Okay, Valenice. Alright, this will distract it. Alright.
That eye looks like it could open further.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
That looks like it's attached to the altar.
Oh, there's something. No? Oh man, this is pleasant. Okay. Sure. You're just... Okay. Whew. Alright. Sure. We got, so that opens that door, I'm guessing. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can... Yeah, we brute force that one. Like, I don't know how else, if there's any other tells there for, Can we do anything with this yet? Corn, this, that. Can we corn that? Nope. Nope. Sure. Okay, before we drain the pool, I'm just... Oh, maybe... Oh, so they both line up here. So maybe we need to tie like a rope or something between these two. And then we go over here to trigger the running animation of the jackalope. But I don't think... Will the stick work? No. Okay, so whatever it is, we don't have it right now. Okay, can we get water? We can. Alright. That'll probably solve our spooky ghost man issue. Maybe that is from the thing to the north, where we grew the corn. And then we also... This... Sure, that's corn. Sure. Sure. Hey, Summer. And then we drink it? Sure. Alright, can we... Alright. What if we talk to that guy again? Oh, he just pieced out. Okay. Actually, what happens if we follow him into the desert?
Sir!
What do you want?
Here, drink this.
Here, this is for you.
You have brought me water. My debt to you is eternal, lady.
You could have just walked the screen over to the right. But... Yeah, fuck your pot, lady.
Ah! You bring me salt water?
Oh.
What manner of heartless joke is this?
I'm sorry, sir.
My bad.
I didn't know the water was bad.
Leave me, woman. Do not give me false hope.
My bad. My bad, my dude. Alright, what if we follow him? Yeah, I did know that was salt water. Maybe there just might have been salt crystals on the side of the pool for no reason at all. Somebody happened to drop all that salt. Must be. Is there really no desert death? I guess not. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Oh, geez. This is... Hopefully this gets us back to where we were. And we're not just stuck here. Yeah, the music's really quiet in this game. So I think we went 4 or 5 screens south, so we should be oh.
Wandering through the desert got me nowhere fast.
Okay. Well, let's not do that next time. Okay, so there's a desert death. All right. Let's give corn, I guess. Here, take this corn. Okay. So there he's got his corn. Salt water to I don't know. And if we so it was like this, and this. According to my drawing. And nothing. Okay. So if we fill up this with the salt water and then go north up to here. So we can use this thing while we're here, right? Oh. Alright. We're missing another piece. Great. Okay. Oh, that's new.
How strange. The gourd split in the sun. It looks like there's a loose seed in there.
Okay. A gourd seed. I don't suppose we can plant it there. No. Okay, can we get the falling water with this? No. Oh, can she drink it? It gave me points for emptying it? Sure. What if we pour the salt water into the rabbit hole? We have to get more salt water first. I really wish she would walk faster. I think there is like a speed up button. Is it? There we go. Okay, that's better. There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay. It's plus on the numpad. There we go. Now we're King's Questing. Alright, can we... Nope. Rip that idea. Can't combine any of that. Okay. Not sure what the hell we're supposed to do with this gourd seed. Anything else we missed? So I'm pretty sure this is just desert over here. Yeah, this is just
Sir!
endless desert. Sir, take this gourd seed.
What do you want?
Not that. Not this pear? No. So that's still just salt water. Why is she suddenly walking slow again? Come on. Maybe there's another screen I haven't been to yet? I think the next thing is the scorpion screen. Maybe going back there? I don't see anything else of note here. Yeah, there's nothing else over there. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing doing here. Maybe it's something to do with that statue by the pool, then? Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what all that's about. We have to dump this and... haha. Okay. And then... No? Maybe the gourd seed? A stick? Would a stick fix our problem? No. The comb? She has to cry into it. That's right. So there's the... If you use that on her, she cries. Okay. And our corn disappeared. Okay. And then we drink it?
Fresh.
Okay, so that gives us fresh water.
Fresh.
Fresh. Okay, and then Spooky Ghost we can cure with it. If we ever get him to spawn again.
Sir!
What do you want?
I wish to give this to you, traveler.
Is it truly sweet water, lady? Could it really be? But I thought my thirst would torture me forever. How can I thank you?
Can you help me escape this desert?
I do not know how to open the portal, but there is something I can do.
Oh.
Follow me.
Is that...
Yes, that is all that remains of Colin Farwalker, the great adventurer. Me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't be. Your gift of water has given me peace. We must hurry. I haven't much time left on this earthly plane. I wish to give you something.
Death. Okay.
I thank you, good sir.
May it help you in your journeys, my lady. Farewell.
Can we take the rope too? That bug reducing powder. I... And a hunting horn. Okay. Sure. So now what? Will this take me back to... Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. A little worried there. Alright, so we got bug reducing powder. Sure. Okay, can we... Alright, we can use that here.
Oh dear, the horn is clogged with sand. Here it comes, you little fiend.
Ow!
I got you, didn't I?
Okay, the audio did need to screech there right when that happened. Jesus. Okay. So we got glasses. And we got some jackalope fur. Sure.
This is all I have to say. Go away, go away!
Here you are.
Oh joy, oh joy, oh happy me! I can see, I can see! Thanks to you, I'm not afraid. Now I'm free to deal and trade.
Okay.
No time to chat, the day is fading. Come, Valenice, let's do some trading.
How does he know her name is Valenice? Here, take this bug reducing
Oh
powder.
my goodness, magic dust! Would you take an old bread crust?
I don't think so.
Oh my goodness, magic dust! Would you take an old bread crust?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
A juicy, sticky, spiky fruit. Would you like a chewed-on boot?
Oh, no, 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 thank you.
Mmm, a tasty grain of salt. Will you take a chocolate malt?
Tempting, but no thank you. I'm trying to watch my figure.
Why did the audio suddenly get much worse?
Yuck! Fur from that horrid beast. I don't want it in the least.
Okay, and now it's back to high quality again.
A mighty horn of tarnished brass. Would you take a box of broken glass?
I think not.
What a charming woven basket. Let me find my silk-lined casket.
No, that's all right.
What a lovely wrinkled seed. For that, I'll offer this blue bead.
That sounds like a good deal.
Okay. Progress.
Why, that's a simply smashing stick. How about a fat deer tick?
What?
I mean, no thank you.
Did Valenice mishear as much as I did? Missed opportunity there.
What a skillful work of clay. I'll trade you a bale of mouldy hay.
No thank you.
The lovely lady shows me gold. How would you like some fine blue mold?
No, thank you. I don't want to trade this. You see, it belongs to my daughter. Have you seen her?
A princess fair with golden hair?
Yes. Have you seen my Rosella?
Seen her, lady? Sadly, no. But I hear tales from winds that blow from far away, from the west. My sources are the very best. They tell me that the brave troll king has lost his heart and given a ring to a lovely princess he plans to wed. A foreign princess, it is said.
A foreign princess? Well, that could be her. Do you know anything more?
To find out more, you'll have to go beyond the woods and far below.
Okay. Can we trade this now that we got it?
It's my lovely turquoise bead. Let me get a thorny weed.
I think I'll keep the bead.
Okay. I assume that's all we can do here then. Alright, so we got the turquoise bead. So we can either use that on the statue by the pool to the left here, or maybe in the scorpion room. But let's see if it's usable over here yet. Can we like... No? We can't do anything with that there. Bug reducing powder.
Ew, salt water.
Okay, why didn't she do that before? Okay, so that must be the diagram for making pure water. So, this is new. So we couldn't interact. Aha. Okay. Maybe we got to do that and then...
It looks like he's expecting something.
Do we need corn again? Or... Okay, so what did this diagram say? Maybe we can get another ear of corn? Man, she's really... No? Okay, so we're out of corn. So it looks like the bowl is upside down. So we already did that. Bowl upside down. There's nothing here about the head being the different shape, though. I don't think we've seen any imagery of that head being different anywhere else. And there's no other hot spots. Okay, what's this? Okay. There we go. Okay. So this should fill up that...
That looks like some kind of offering bowl. Oh dear. I suppose you can't just take things out of an offering bowl.
Okay. This is very nice that they kill you, but you can at least continue right where you died. And yeah, the stairs aren't lethal in this game. What the hell? Alright, I assume this is what the turquoise bead is for. That we gotta give an offering before taking. Okay. And then we can... Alright. And nothing else here. Yeah, it's kind of weird that this game doesn't have anywhere near as much, like, writing in it as the other games. Which is weird, because there's 2 writers for this game. 2 credited ones, at least. So there's twice as many writers for this than 6. Okay, this way, and I assume that's the end of this area once we do this.
It won't go in. I wonder if I have to put them together first.
Ah, okay. Okay. Hey. Okay. Chapter 2. A troll is as a troll does.
Welcome, most beautiful of princesses!
Hmm? Who are you, sir?
I am King Otar Fenris III, ruler of the Volcanics Underground, and you are the Princess Rosella, yes?
I am, Your Majesty. How do you know me? Where am I? I saw a beautiful castle before. Where could I find it, please?
Castle? Oh, that. It's a dull place. You wouldn't like it. Oh my, I wasn't expecting this.
Your Majesty, what weren't you expecting? What's going on?
I wasn't expecting you to be so lovely, my lady. You will be the most radiant bride in all the world.
Bride? See here, King Otar, I'm very honored and all, but I can't marry you. I don't even know you. Now, if you'll excuse me... Ah! I'm
a troll, dear lady.
A troll? Oh!
Please don't be sad, princess. You make a lovely troll. A simply stunning troll.
I'm a troll? How can I be a troll? I'm not a troll, am I?
Come along, princess. Let me escort you to your chamber. Perhaps you'll feel better if you rest.
A troll?
Troll, huh?
Okay.
A troll? I can't believe I'm a troll! And not just any troll. Oh no, I'm engaged to the Troll King! How lucky can a girl get?
Alright.
Blah! Ew! That's enough to give our castle decorator a case of the vapors.
I'm walking here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so she's got blue walk icons.
Who are you, Missy? You're no real troll. I can see right through you. What do you want with King Otar, you human minx?
I don't want anything. I was just looking into this pool, and then I saw this...
Baloney, little girl. You're trying to steal the throne of the underground. Usurper, usurper! Why, you're no usurper. You poor little thing. Don't cry. I didn't mean to be cross. It's just that King Otar has been so strange lately, and that a horrible woman has been snooping around.
I'm not crying.
Of course you're not, dear. Now you listen to me. I can help you turn back into a human.
You can? Are you an enchantress?
Well, not exactly. I'm Matilda, and I used to be King Otar's nursemaid when he was just a wee troll. Anyway, I can give you a list of ingredients for a magic potion that will turn you back into a human just like that. But you have to do something for me.
Anything.
Up above this kingdom is a dark land called Ooga Booga. Our kingdoms were never crazy about each other, but we had a civil relationship. Now, because of her, the Ooga Boogaites attack any troll that shows a face above ground. Missy, once you're human, you will go above and investigate. I have a gut feeling that our kingdom is in terrible trouble.
Of course I will, Matilda.
Wonderful. Now listen, girl. Bring me some baked beetles, a crystal dragon scale, water of emeralds, a silver spoon, and a gold bowl. Got it?
Got it.
I only got like 2 of those things.
Stupid old toy rat! This is not what I wanted! I wanted a battle axe!
Bike! Time for lunch! Don't forget your new toy!
Dumb, stupid rat!
Okay. Alright, free rat. I'll take it. Okay. Sure. Alright, what was those ingredients again? Oh, we can use that on her?
You're wasting my time, little girl.
Alright, sure.
Matilda, what was that list of ingredients again?
Baked beetles, a crystal dragon scale, a gold bowl, water of emerald, and a silver spoon. Got it?
Water of emerald.
Yes, ma'am.
And silver spoon. Crystal dragon scale. Okay. Baked beetles, crystal dragon scale, gold bowl, water of emerald, and silver spoon. Okay. All right. So, got wagon missing its wheel. Sure. Danger. Let's use it.
That doesn't look too stable.
Well, I'm sure it's fine. Well, okay. Guess we can't use it.
Come no further!
Good day, sir. I am...
Well, I don't care who you are! This is my bridge, and I will only let you cross it if you give me 1,000 pieces of lead and a rat on a stick.
Yeah, right. I, Princess Rosella of Daventry, order you to let me pass.
And I, Brutus Bone Crusher, says no.
Well, that got me nowhere. That guy just won't listen to reason.
Alright. I guess we need to go find a goat somewhere to take care of our problem. Oh, okay. That's the...
Revolting beast!
Jeez, Hogarth, you nearly got yourself fried.
Oh, I'm not scared of that nasty wench. I could break her in half like a carrot.
Well, that's good, 'cause she's right behind you. Yeah.
That was not funny, Blowtar.
Alright. So that was the woman from the cover art, the original cover art for the game.
Pardon me, sirs, but who was that tall, imposing woman?
Her name is Militia, and to tell you the truth, lady, no one really knows who she is.
I know who she is. She's a fiend, that's who.
Shut your mouth, Hogarth. You don't know nothing. Some trolls say Militia is an evil fairy cast out of Etheria up there in the clouds. All I know is she never used to hang around here, and now she does all the time.
We'd like to tell you more, pretty lady, but we better not.
Okay.
Is there anything more you could tell me about Militia?
No, lady, sorry.
No way.
Okay. Good talk. Will this rat change your mind? No? Okay. Alright. So that goes back to our bedroom. Oh, we can... Okay. Shield? Can we take... Okay. Alright, we got... Oh, this is probably for the minecart. The minecart wheel. Yeah?
I'll just make sure that shield doesn't go anywhere. There.
Okay. Alright. Problem solved. We didn't even need a goat. Okay. Nope. This is as fast as we can move on this screen, apparently.
I don't think there are that many jewels in all of Daventry. Are you a dragon?
I am. Do not fear me, little troll.
You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
Thank you. You are most kind. Once that would have made me smile. Now I know I will never be happy again.
What has made you so sad?
I have lost my will to live. I have lost my spark.
Okay.
What did you mean when you said you'd lost your will to live? Why?
I meant just what I said. I have lost my spark. My world has grown cold. Leave me to my sorrow, little troll.
Okay. So fire? We need to bring fire to the dragon? Alright. See you in 10 minutes when we make it over to the other side of the screen. Okay. Oh, we do need a crystal dragon scale. That's one of the things we need. So we got to collect a scale from that dragon somehow. Can't use the mirror. Okay.
All right then, just a touch of frog lips, a dash of mouse noses, a sprinkling of spider legs. You are so wonderful. You are the most beautiful stew in the world. All you need is a juicy bat or a tender rat.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any...
Out of my kitchen, you dreadful peasant!
All right.
Don't worry, my little stew. You're safe from that dreadful girl. Her peasant lips will never touch you.
Alright, he needs a rat, apparently. Okay.
What's going on? Who's there? A juicy, tender rat. Just what I need for my stew. Come here, you little tidbit.
Okay.
Oh, where'd he go?
Water of emerald. So we need a silver spoon. Okay.
Blech! That's enough to give a person nightmares.
Is this baked beetles? Okay, there's a baked beetles dispenser. Okay, so we got baked beetles. Check. We know where the crystal dragon scales where we get those, but we don't have a way to get them for now. We need a gold bowl.
They could cook a moose in there. Gosh, they probably are.
Yeah, this is This is Rosella. There's a gold bowl. Okay, I assume this is gold. Yep, gold bowl. Okay. Water of emerald. I don't see anything that looks like emerald water. Yeah, the chapter 1 of the game was as Valenice, the queen, and this is Princess Rosella, and she got turned into
Not letting him out. No way.
She got turned into a troll when she was pulled through the magic mirror in the opening to the game. And our current quest is to get ourselves turned back into a human. Well, this game is a downgrade in a lot of ways from the earlier games. It does look really good for the time. Like, I think the animation is pretty fantastic. But as far as the game goes, it's inferior in nearly every way.
Wow, you could melt rocks in there.
Okay, you can melt rocks in there. Got it.
May I just borrow these tongs for a few minutes, sir?
I just can't let you do that, Sugar Lips. How about a smooch instead?
No, thanks.
You're lost, Cookie Nose.
Alright, good talk. This game also likes to randomly turn down the walk speed.
That's some nasty water.
Okay. Oh, we can talk
Pardon
to
me,
him.
sir, but I was wondering...
Well, wonder no longer, sweet potato. I am the troll of your dreams.
Now see here, I'm engaged to the king. That's right, the king.
Oh, well, I respect King Ota. You can bet on that. I'm sorry, my little rutabaga, but our love is not to be. You let me know if he dumps you, okay?
Ew.
Okay. So far, all the characters have 4 fingers still. I've yet to see 5 fingers on a hand in this game. Not enough pixels, I guess.
Excuse me. I didn't mean to startle you, sir. I am Rosella of Daventry.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind being interrupted by someone as charming as yourself. What can I do for you?
Why, you're the most polite troll I've ever met. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Don't apologize, my dear. I quite understand. I can't tolerate the company of most other trolls myself. Oppie Goldsworth, Master Jeweler, at your service.
You don't like other trolls? You must be so lonely, Oppie.
Oh, I am, Rosella. To tell you the truth, I'd do anything to leave this place. I'd love to go out and make my way in the world. Maybe I'd even become the court jeweler of Etheria.
Why don't you?
I don't have the money. All I have to my name is this old chipped hammer and chisel. Pardon me, my dear, but I really must finish this project.
That sounds like a King's Quest puzzle to me. Because we need to get the scale from the dragon.
Ew. Ew, it smells like rotten eggs in here.
Okay.
Ugh, what's this?
Ugh.
Green water?
Green water. Okay, can we... Alright. Ah, this is the emerald water. Okay, yep. So there's the water of emerald. Got it. Check. So we still need Crystal Dragon Scale, which we know where the Crystal Dragon is. And then we still need a Silver Spoon as well. Okay. Yeah, there's almost no, I don't believe you can even get into a dead man walking situation in this game. Which, on one hand, that makes it not very King's Quest, but on the other hand, I am totally okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. Alright, lantern.
Wow! What an updraft!
Okay.
I guess I got a little too close to the edge.
Okay, you're not supposed to... Alright, maybe it's... that one? Sure.
Maybe it's sulfur.
Sulfur, okay. Anything over here? Not really, okay. So we got some sulfur. Wet sulfur. Okay. So we can't combine any of those. Okay.
What's that?
That little goyle is a mold for casting things. I poured hot silver in there, see? And when it cools, I have a spoon.
Ah. Silver spoon. Okay. Do anything with anything we have right now? Oh. The lantern works in that. Okay, we have a lit lantern. Ah, the spark. Okay, so that's gonna be for the dragon. Okay.
Yuck! That's some nasty water.
Okay, we can't go anywhere else here. So the tongs, you won't let us use it. So we have to get rid of this guy somehow. Okay, anything new over here?
You know, Winnie, I've had so much trouble sleeping lately. Blotar snores like a dragon with heartburn.
Well, let me tell you, Eglantine, I have the same problem with Hogarth. I just use wet sulfur. I put a lump of wet sulfur on the fireplace at night, and it puts me right out. Why I sleep so soundly, Hogarth sometimes has to wake me with a flower under the nose.
A flower? Eee! You must have been sleeping like a log if you needed a nasty, smelly flower to wake you up. Well, well, well. You learn something new every day.
Okay, so wet sulfur in the fireplace equals sleepy ogres?
Excuse me, good ladies, but would you happen to know anything about militia?
Oh, look, Winnie! lady! It's the king's new bride-to-be! Isn't she the cutest little thing? Oh, my dear! You're the luckiest troll in the world!
Oh, it's going to be the most beautiful wedding. And won't you be the most beautiful bride? Oh, I always cry at weddings.
All right. Good talk. Okay, there's something we could use at this. All right. Anything we can use in here? So this looks like it's something we could use, but nothing there. Okay. So that just lets us look at the painting. Okay. Guess we can look at it again. Sure. Okay. Alright, so maybe now that we have the plot flag for sulfur in fire, maybe that will put the metal worker guy to sleep. Yeah, okay. So this wasn't lit up before, but it is now. Okay. So that means you can't solve puzzles ahead of time in this game, I guess.
What's that, Mama? Time for bed? Okay. Nighty-night.
Okay.
That's way too hot to touch.
Alright, so we need tongs on that. Into the water. Okay, there's our silver spoon. Okay. So let's see. So we probably need this guy's tools in order to get the dragon scale, probably. I didn't see any dragon scales just laying around. But I think first things first is we give the spark back to the dragon, which was this way. So see you in 10 minutes when we make it across the screen again. Unless it's quicker if I turn off scrolling. Nope, this is no quicker with scrolling turned off, but let's see how different this is anyways. Without scrolling. Okay. I kind of prefer it like this. Without the scrolling.
This doesn't happen to be the kind of spark you meant, does it?
A spark! Bless you, little troll! Here, let me have it.
Oh man, fire.gif.
I am indebted to you. Here, take this diamond. With it, you can live like a princess.
That's a diamond?
Thank you. It's beautiful, but what I'd really like is one of your scales?
Yes, little one, whatever you want, but I can wait no longer to fly. I will give you a scale when I return.
Farewell!
Oh, baby. 3 FPS dragon animation. Beautiful. Three FPS. That's the lowest frame rate we've seen in the frame rate counter so far. All right. Can we
I
get...
don't think there are that many jewels in all of Daventry.
All right, we can't take another one. It's a big gem, sure. Pretty sure diamonds aren't red though, but hey. It's King's Quest. Anything goes. Okay. So now we gotta turn that diamond into jewelry tools, or a hammer and chisel. And then I suspect we have to come back to that screen and use it on the dragon to get a scale, and then we're done with this area. From the looks of things. That was over here, I think. Okay, that works.
Oppie, I have something I'd like to give you.
Oh my, it's perfect. It's beautiful. How can I ever thank you? I'm forever in your debt. Oh, I'm going to throw out this horrible hammer and chisel and get the best set money can buy.
If you don't want it, may I have it, Oppie?
Of course. Enjoy them, my dear. Thank you so much. Goodbye, Rosella.
Okay. Anything new on the screen? Not really. Okay. All right. Time for this amazing journey back over this way. As fast as I can make that. Okay. All right. That was easy. Crystal Dragon Scale. All right, so that should be everything we need. So Baked Beetles, got it. Crystal Dragon Scale, got it. Gold Bowl, got it. Water of Emerald, yep. That was the green water. And then Silver Spoon. Pretty sure this is, yep, Silver Spoon. Okay, so that should be everything we need to turn back into a human. Unless we were misled by what's-her-face. Though we still have to investigate Ooga Booga Land, which is up there apparently. So that's what she wants us to do.
Good. Now give me the rest of the ingredients. Just fine, just Dandy. Yes! Yes! Excellent! All right then, girlie, take a drink.
Sure. Seems safe.
Did it work?
Well, not exactly, dear. Now, what did I do wrong?
Hey, buddy, you okay?
I remember. We need a troll hair. Ow!
How's she supposed to drink it now?
There we go!
Shit. What?
The silver spoon melted, and I thought Mother's tea was strong. I suppose I should keep it as a memento.
My dear Princess Rosella, I'm stunned. Your beauty is only surpassed by your intelligence, in your courage, and your joie de vivre.
You! I've had just about enough of you distracting the king, you little snip!
Now look here, lady!
That's quite the sprite she's got.
No! Look here!
Militia, no!
Oh, jeez.
There. You just be patient, girl. I'll be in to take care of you before you know it.
That's what you think.
Okay. I could just... Sure.
No, it's not tall enough yet. No, it's not tall enough yet.
Supposed to combine those?
No, it's not tall enough yet. No.
Ah, okay. Great job, Rosella. That's an incredible spray right there. Oh my god.
No.
Nice and discreet. All right.
My Lady Militia, I wasn't expecting you.
And who were you expecting, you pathetic wretch? Your precious princess? Listen to me, you pudding-brained puppet. If you and your obsession with that pale-skinned, meddlesome princess manage to disrupt my plans, I'll have you filleted. Have you learned to work the volcano mechanism yet?
Well, yes, I think so, but Lady Militia, is it really necessary? Will the realm of Eldritch be hard, my lady? The bountiful woods are right below Etheria, and the land of Ooga Booga below that.
Oh, a village here, a township there. Who's going to miss them? Even if all of Eldritch is covered in slag, at least the blight of Etheria will be gone.
I just don't know what's right. What's real? If only I could remember.
Oh no! She can't! She just can't!
That doesn't sound right. All right.
What is this little thing?
A dragon toad. Okay. Sure. Man, Windows really wants to restart. No. Not now, Windows. Okay, so now I'm assuming we can take this on up.
That doesn't look too stable.
It'll be fine. Maybe this. We gotta stabilize it. No. Dragon toad it, perhaps? No. Okay. We have this. Silver pellet, huh? Looks like there's something new over here. Yeah, it's just these two.
Excuse me, Mr. Troll?
She's got a unibrow now. Nice. Oh my god, these... I love it. I love all these different face variations. Oh my god, these are like modern art.
Yuck! Troll soup?
Beautiful. Alright, anything new over here?
Hello? How are you feeling?
Why, I feel just dandy. Oh my! You are the strangest looking troll goyle I've ever seen. But as a kindness to you, I will take you out after my shift is over.
No, thank you. I don't think my little heart could stand the strain.
Alright. Nothing doing with that, it looks like. Dragon toad? Oh, okay. So back down the center hallway was just the room with the sulfur. So this was the kitchen, and that was the bedroom. Maybe something new in the kitchen?
Yes. You are the loveliest centipede and fungus croquettes I've ever seen.
Ugh!
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any...
Ah! What are you? Get out of here, you pasty-faced croquette thief! You'll... Out!
No!
Okay. Maybe we're missing an item? Maybe? Anything new over here?
Don't you hurt him. Don't you dare hurt him.
Stay out of it, old woman, or you'll regret the day you were born.
There's something wrong with him. What have you done to him, witch?
You really don't want to know, Ancient One. Your old nerves couldn't take it. Suffice it to say that it's a lot nicer than what I plan to do to you.
You don't scare me, you cold-blooded beanstalk, you flinty-eyed lizard!
Alright, I guess we check in with her. She...
Matilda, I know you're concerned for the king, but maybe you shouldn't bait Melisha like you did. She's fully capable of hurting you.
Don't I know it, child? But I can't help myself. I'd do anything to find out what she's done to my Otar. Anything.
Matilda, maybe if we investigate, we can...
Can't you see it's hopeless, child? That creature is far too powerful.
Sure. Oh, that's the king.
Matilda, what is this funny little thing?
Otar's dragon toad.
Oh.
This was King Otar's when he was just a wee lad. It's a magical guardian. When little Otar would take it with him to play, it would watch over him and get him out of trouble. If he really got into a scrape, it would run home and tell me where he was.
It doesn't look very lively now, Matilda.
Yes, it's been dormant for years. Let me see now. It's working! Dragon Toad, tell me now. Where is King Otar and what's he doing?
His Majesty the King is imprisoned, far away, in the land of Ooga Booga.
That means the king who's been in cahoots with Melisha is an imposter. I knew it!
Matilda, I overheard the king, or whoever he is, and Melisha talking. It sounded like she intends to cause a volcano to erupt.
Phoenix Underground is nothing but one big volcano. We trolls have been the keepers of the volcano for 100 generations. If Melisha ignites it, the entire realm of Eldritch will blow up. Rosella, we must find the real King Otar. He's the only one with the knowledge to shut down the volcano. Here, take this magic rope.
Ah, the magic rope. Just what we need.
Use this rope with the elevator to Ooga Booga. Find the real king of the trolls. Go now. It may already be too late.
Where is that little snip of a princess? When I find her, I'll... Flea-bitten, mange-written, nasty, smelly vermin! Someday I'll come up with a way to cause every bat, rat, and snake in the world to explode at once!
As she explodes herself. Okay. Alright, so we'll remember that for later, I guess, that she doesn't like...
Try to escape, will she? Well, just let her try.
Ah. We have one. We have a vermin. Yeah, that does sound pretty appealing. Oh man, that just has to giggle at everything. Okay, so we no longer have our mechanical rat. Okay. All right. Sky is falling. Chapter 3.
Blast. I suppose I should have done something to take that beast's attention away from me.
All right. Chapter 3. Immediately die. Great. Sure. That's it? You just... okay. Sure. So what is this? You have to walk on it? Okay. Alright, whatever it is, not important apparently. Okay.
What could have happened to this little bridge?
All right.
These statues are so beautiful. Incredible. These statues...
Yeah, statues. Can we pour bug poison in them? No? How about some salt? Nope. Nope. Okay.
Those flowers smell heavenly.
Okay. Sure.
I advise you to turn back, my lady. These once magical woods have been cursed, and no one is safe here.
Care to elaborate?
I am Valenice of Daventry, noble stag, and I appreciate your concern, but I am on a mission from which I cannot be dissuaded. I must enter your woods.
You are brave, but know this. The oak tree you see before you was once my wife Ceres, she who is Mother Nature. I could not prevent her from being turned into a tree, for I had already been turned into a stag. I, Attis, Lord of the Hunt, could not save her.
Who has done such a terrible thing, my Lord Attis?
The attack was so sudden and so ferocious that I saw nothing. Only a noble from the high court of Etheria could have so much power. But that is unthinkable.
I am sorry for your loss, Attis, but I must search on. Farewell, my friend.
Valenice, wait. Be warned. To the far west is the wood of the Weir folk. Do not enter those woods, for the Weir folk are never friendly and always hungry.
Thank you, Lord Attis. May the fates smile upon both of us.
Okay. So werewolves.
What wicked creature drove this stake into the tree, into Lady Ceres?
The same creature who turned her into a tree. If I only knew who that was, Lady Valenice, I would surely make him regret it. I fear my lady may die of that wound, but I can do nothing about it with these clumsy hooves.
Okay. Was it Prince Alexander?
With your permission, my lord, I would like to try to remove this stake.
Windows. Stop it. Another time. That's the third time this stream. Windows has tried to reboot.
That stake was placed there by the darkest of evil magic. I'm not sure anyone can remove it.
I hate to ask you this, Lord Attis, but what will happen if Ceres, Mother Nature herself, does indeed perish?
I cannot say for certain, but I feel in my bones that the woods will perish along with her.
Okay. So probably nothing we can do here. Can we collect that with this? No? Here, have a stick. Nope. Okay. Well, usually the fix for that is to have Windows 10 Pro installed. And you can get a key for that for like $1 on eBay. But I didn't bother doing that on that machine. This looks safe. And those $1 keys on eBay are legit, by the way. I have those on 4 of my machines, and they've yet to be deactivated.
Oh, my.
Oh my, I'm sure this will be fine. Oh man. 3 FPS werewolf.
Stop! There is no need to... What an unfriendly creature. I'll never be able to get past him unless I do something drastic.
Drastic, huh? Alright. I don't think we have anything that's drastic for that. Okay. Well, no, so that is a possibility that it's bought with stolen credit cards. The other possibility is it's from God, what is it? It's a developer account that just gives you a whole bunch of keys.
My.
There's also corporate accounts that get like, hey, we got a package deal for 10,000 keys, and then they sell the excess.
Hush, my jewel. Soon all your troubles will be over.
Oh man, creepy spider.
No! The spider's venom is deadly!
That's right, lady. So back off.
Ow!
Oh dear. I should be more careful around big spiders.
Oh dear. Alright. Well, we do have this bug thing. And that doesn't work? Okay. Alright, how about this stick? No? Can we screw with its web?
Ow!
No? Okay.
Oh dear. I should be more careful around big spiders.
Put it in the box? We can. Okay. Sure.
Hey! Who took the sun? Who took my lunch? Where am I?
Just cool off for a while, my many-legged friend.
No fair!
Just tosses it. Alright.
There you are, pretty one. Safe and sound.
I owe you my life, lady. I know I am very tiny, but if I can do you a good turn in the future, I will. Farewell!
Is that Roberta again? Hold up. There is the voice talent. So this is chapter chapter 3 or so. Underground, in the woods. The hummingbird. Okay, the hummingbird is Maureen McVeary, so that's not Roberta. That did sound a whole lot like her though, because she was the rat in King's Quest V, and that sounded pretty much the same. Okay, so let's check what's over here first. Roberba. Okay, so we got tree. We can't get descriptions of the rocks in this game. That's such a bummer that they didn't record all the flavor text for this game for describing everything. All right.
What an unusual boulder.
Poke it with the stick. No. Can we put this on the stick? No. Can we blow the horn and wake it up? Alright. Well, that didn't work, then how about some salt? No. Okay.
These statues are so beautiful. Incredible.
Yeah, the flavor text in games is where a lot of the personality that lies in adventure games. And if it's not present, then that's a huge facet of the game that's just gone and missing. Like as pretty as the art can be, and as great as the dialogue can be, if it's missing the touches like that, then that's a big minus as far as I'm concerned. Like it's replacing the expertise of the writers with expertise of the artists. And a picture is worth 1,000 words, but still, words are pretty nice too.
Halt! Who goes there?
Valenice of Daventry! I seek entry to your town!
You may only enter this city if you bring me the holy 1-ton tomato of Antioch.
That's ridiculous! There's no such thing!
Oh, and you were gonna let a little thing like that stop you? You don't deserve to be in this town. Stop! Don't touch that door! You can't go through there. There's a giant rabid chicken on the other side. That's it, a giant rabid chicken.
I'll take my chances.
Stop! You can't do that!
Couldn't just lock the door?
I just did, little fellow.
Oh! The Archduke will hear of this! Oh!
I, Archduke Fifila Yip Yip, do order it. You are a stranger here and you have no business in the town of Folderol.
Please, noble Archduke, you must let me by. I'm on an errand of great importance.
Oh, that's what they all say. Then the next thing you know, they are robbing the city blind.
Archduke Yip Yap, I would never.
Archduke Yip Yap. Sure. Alright, well that didn't solve our problem. Okay, can we throw the stick at him?
Sir,
He's a dog.
I wonder if you might be interested in
Robbery? Robbery?
Some salt?
Sir, I wonder if you might be interested in...
Robbery? Robbery?
Okay.
Good sir, I want nothing from your town. I'm only searching for my lost daughter, Rosella. She was stolen by some form of dark magic, and now I fear I will never see her again.
Oh, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Enjoy your stay in Foldor, oldie lady. Be sure to take the faux shop with a grain of salt. I hope you found your daughter. Oh.
Okay. We happen to have a grain of salt.
The sky is falling! The sky is falling! Just never mind her, my lady. She's very silly.
Okay. Sure. We haven't saved in a while, so let's, just in case the game blows up. Sure. Alright, China shop.
Welcome to my shop, dear lady. I am Fernando Bullforth, proprietor.
Good day, sir.
Oh, it is not a good day. It is a terrible day. A black day.
I'm sorry to hear that, Fernando. Is there anything I can do to help?
Not unless you have found my treasure.
Someone stole your treasure. How awful. Was it gold or gems?
No, it was treasure, my precious china bird. I love my treasure more than all the stars in the sky. She is my only friend, and now she's gone.
Alright, so another missing bird. Just like King's Quest 4? 4 or 3?
Pardon me, good sir, but what is the price of that lovely mask?
The price is 100 pieces of gold, my lady, but I'll let you have it for 80. I just don't care anymore.
Unfortunately, I've no money. Thank you anyway, shopkeep.
Alright.
These things are so lovely, but I'm afraid even to breathe in here. It all looks so fragile.
Sure.
The sky is falling! The sky is falling! Did you hear me, lady? I said the sky is falling!
I had no choice but to hear you, my lady. What makes you think the sky is falling?
I know the sky is falling because we've been cursed by an evil fairy! The whole thing's gonna land on our heads any minute!
Alright. Yep, there's... So far, that's been the go-to puzzle solution, is just cry. King Graham would never.
Town hall closed. Come back a little later for the Archduke's birthday party and masquerade ball. Now that sounds like fun.
Alright. We probably need that masquerade mask from the China shop.
Ah, then maybe you would prefer some of Professor Gluten's all-purpose extra sticky glue to put it back.
Why doesn't anyone listen to me? Why?
I'll tell you why, my dear. It's because you don't get their attention. However, if you were to smack 'em in the head with this fine shillelagh...
Oh!
Man. Oh boy.
What a sweet little bird. Hello there, pretty.
What?
Hello, Dragon Bread.
How can you be so rude?
I'm a mockingbird, lady. What do you expect? Quick, go soak your head. Your brain is overheating.
Alright. Wait, hit it with the stick. Nope. Alright. Horn's not gonna solve that problem. Oh. That's something we can use on him. Does everything just work on this guy? Yeah, okay.
The faux shop. Synthetic, false, and unnatural treasures.
Okay.
Busy uncrating a pack of lies. Back soon.
Sure.
Ugh, that is salty.
Busy uncrating a pack of lies. Back soon.
The faux...
Okay, I probably have to go back to the desert and get some salt again.
Good day, sir. I wonder if you might be able to help me.
Of course I can help you, madam. What you need is a big jar of effervescent, a quick-acting dewberries revalenta. It will cure what ails you, and cleans your cookware as well.
I am not ill, sir. And furthermore, I find your claim hard to believe.
You do? Well, with Dr. Bullroarer's gullibility tonic, you'll believe anything. It's made with so much pure hooey that it won't just suspend your disbelief, it'll make it hover in midair.
Never mind, merchant. I'll seek help elsewhere.
Okay.
Hello, little bird.
Who are you? Go away!
Hush, little one. Your friend Fernando is looking for you. He says he loves his little treasure more than all the stars in the sky.
You've met him? Will you take me to him, please?
Of course. Here, hop on my finger.
Is it that okay? Does Fernando just not ever leave his shop? Because this bird is just right there. Oh, okay.
I know someone who'd really like to see you, Fernando.
Who might that be, my lady? Treasure! I cannot thank you enough, good lady. Here, allow me to present you with this. It is my newest acquisition, and I want you to have it.
Thank you, Fernando. I will always remember you and Treasure.
If you will excuse me, my lady, I must go spend some quality time with Treasure.
Yes, tell me all about it, my little precious one.
All right.
Good evening, sir and madam. Do come right in.
Oh man, fancy duck. All right. Yes, that's quite fancy. Sure, but it's got lips on the inside for some reason. Sure. That is beautiful.
Welcome, my lady.
Beautiful.
Happy birthday, Archduke Yip Yap.
Thank you, my loyal subject.
Okay. All right. Sure. And put the... Cannot blow the horn in here. Disappointing. This fancy duck, though. Man. Oh, jeez. Alright. I'm sure this room will be nice and not confusing. Okay, so we can go up there, down there. Oh, God. Alright, what about down here? Okay, so we've been here. We've been here. Here. Okay. What the hell? What?
Well, I think the world just got a new definition for tacky.
Sure.
What a perfectly awful basin.
Okay.
Archduke Fifi. You look every bit as silly on canvas as you do in person.
Sure. Alright. Free magic statuette. Sure. She just... Okay. I'm just gonna leave that open. this went back to the entrance. Alright, I'm not sure what the purpose of all that was, but we sure did it. Yep, I'm not here to loot the village. Loots the village. we stole that bird from that, stole the bird back, I guess. We stole that statue. Oh great, the... Oh man, 60 FPS bird.
Blast! I can't reach it.
We have this stick. Alright. Horn, not useful. Magic statuette. Any of use here? No. There's an egg in the nest over there. I'm not sure if that lamp over there is able to be picked up. Oh, it's a coin. Okay. Wood. Oh, a wooden nickel. 5 cents. Sure. Okay.
Taking advantage of suckers. Back soon.
Alright, can we go in the faux shop? We can.
Oh, hello, madam. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
How about one of these fine chickens?
Is that chicken made of rubber?
Yes, it is. It is the finest and stretchiest rubber chicken I've ever seen. I'd have to ask something very special in exchange for it.
Let me read in this.
Would you be interested in this lovely mask?
Oh, I would! It's just magnificent! For that, I'll give you the best thing in my store!
Aha! Perfect.
Here, take this rubber chicken.
Ah, thank you, I suppose.
Sure. So this right here, that's from a series we'll play in the future. And then I think is this supposed to be Cedric?
What a charming wooden owl. Is it a toy?
Yes, I'm afraid so. We tried to hang it in a cornfield to scare the crows, but they just weren't impressed. We finally took the poor owl down when the crows drew a mustache on it.
Sure.
What an unusual timepiece.
Yes, it's a big hit with my canine clientele. They just can't keep their eyes off it.
What charming little books. What are you asking for them?
Ah, I see you are a woman of good taste. The Wit and Wisdom of Falderall has always been a bestseller. The price is 1 wooden nickel.
Ah.
I'd like to purchase one of these books with a wooden nickel, please.
Here you are, madam. Enjoy.
Okay. The Wisdom of Falderall. It's an empty book. Perfect. Okay. Alright, looks like that's it for store.
Good day, sir. I am Valenice of Daventry.
Good day, madam. I am Ersatz Defoe, the owner of this fine establishment. May I show you something in particular?
No, thank you. Pardon me for asking, Ersatz, but am I wrong in saying everything in your shop is, well, how can I put this?
Fake? False? Synthetic? Yes, you're absolutely right. I take pride in offering the widest selection of totally artificial merchandise available anywhere. Why, even I myself am a mock turtle.
Sure. Alright, rubber chicken. Sure. Alright, gotta get to that cheese somehow. Oh.
Blast! I can't reach it.
Well, a chicken solver problem. No. Stick? No. You think it would be the stick, but no. A book? No. No. Can we cry about it? Alright, crying does not solve this problem, apparently. We found the one problem that crying doesn't solve. Okay. We already tried all that.
Blast! I can't reach it.
Hmm. Okay. Alright. So we still got the sleepy rock thing in the forest here. Rubber chicken wake you up? No. Empty book? No. This magical statuette? Of course not. How silly of me. Okay. We don't have a bridge there. This looks like we can pour something in there, perhaps? We probably have to get some more purified water from the desert area, maybe? Because we still have access to the desert. Let's see, there's the werewolf forest, which I don't think we can deal with just yet. Did I grow up playing the games? Yep. I started playing games on console and PC around 1990. And my first adventure game, or my first like serious PC game, was King's Quest V. And also like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, those adventure games. That's how I kind of got it started with PC games, at least. Console, I started off with NES and Super Mario Bros. 1 back in around 1990. Alright, will a rubber chicken solve your problem? No. This solve your problem? No. An empty book? No. Does he have anything new to say?
Is there nothing that can break the enchantment on you and your wife, Attis?
Perhaps there is, but I know not what. Feldspar, the ancient rock spirit, might tell you, if only there was a way to awaken him. You see, I am becoming more like a natural stag with every passing hour. Thought becomes more difficult, and the shadows of the forest sing to my blood.
If I find any way to help you, I will, my lord Attis.
Okay, so we gotta wake up the rock guy somehow. Are they connected? Yeah. Yep. So in 1, you play as Sir Graham, a knight who is tasked to, oh, what is this? Uh-oh. You play as Sir Graham, a knight tasked to save the kingdom by getting 3 treasures, and you do so, and you get made king at the end of 1. King's Quest 2, you're now King Graham. You have to save Valenice here. She's trapped on an island, so you do that, and you save her, and then you marry her, make her the queen. And then in the 3rd game, you play as their son, Prince Alexander. He was taken as a baby by an evil wizard. So you have to play him as a teenager to escape the wizard, turn him into a cat, and then make your way to back home to Daventry. And then King's Quest 4, you play as their daughter, Princess Rosella, to save King Graham, who was dying. So she went off to a faraway land to get a magical fruit to save King Graham. And then 5, you play as King Graham again, where his family is kidnapped by an evil wizard. So you have to save them, and you do. 6, you play as Alexander again.
Would you like to trade with me? You won't believe what you will see.
Where he travels to the Land of the Green Isles to help out Princess Cosima, and then marry her, and he does that. And then that brings us to 7, where it's Queen Valenice and Princess Rosella kind of switch back and forth between stories here.
What a cunning rubber fowl. How about a stuffed screech owl?
I think I'll pass on that one.
No, I didn't feel lost playing 5 first, because you don't really need knowledge of previous games to play these.
What a gorgeous work of art. Let me get my lizard heart.
I think I'll keep the statue. Thanks anyway.
Aha! You offer me a book. I'll get my finest shepherd's crook.
Now that sounds like a good trade.
Okay, alright. We got an item from this. Shepherd's crook, okay. And then he just pieces out, so I don't think there's anything more we could get from there. Yeah, playing 5 first is, 5 is a real ball breaker. That's for sure. Yeah, I had to get the hint book for 5 before I could get very far into that one. But the hint book for the King's Quest games, it's called the King's Quest Companion, is really good. It has full walkthroughs and hints and everything. And it also has novelizations of the first 6 games, so it is a very good resource for those games. Our stick work here? No. So I'm pretty sure we still have to like capture the rabbit somehow. Oh, I guess it just doesn't. Okay, never mind. Guess not. Collection on Steam and OK Choice. If these games, if these types of games interest you, then yeah, absolutely. Play them through blind and it should work fine. Like I have the King's Quest collection on Steam, I believe. Let me see if I do. King's Quest collection. Yeah, so I have that, and I believe it's 1 through 6. I want to say, and that should play just fine. Probably get it on sale because it does go on sale for Steam sales every once in a while.
It looks like he's expecting something.
Like a rubber chicken. But if adventure games don't particularly light your fire, then I would probably pass on the King's Quest series, and I'd instead recommend the Quest for Glory series, which is a similar style to these with like point-and-click adventure games, but on top of it, they're also RPGs. So they have more gameplay in them that's more universal for people. They're more like modern games, let's put it that way. And I like that series a lot more than the King's Quest series, for the most part. So that would be the series of all the Sierra Quest games. That would be the series that I recommend, is Quest for Glory. Okay. So we can't get any more salts here. So this still lets me interact with it. I'm not sure why, though. Like, we have the Shepherd's Crook. I don't think we can get more water. Like, can we turn the bucket upside down again and create more water? Yeah, so that does that. So, okay. Oh, that's in Crying Face. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, so that's be Crying Face. We have to put in bad water and then give them the corn to do bad things with the corn. And then that gives us pure water. So maybe we have to make some more pure water and then put it in the cornucopia. Do I like the 2015 reboot? I played the first chapter of it, and I thought it was well made for what it is, but I don't consider it like a King's Quest game. Is this still saltwater?
Ew, salty.
Okay, so maybe we can get some more corn. I felt like it played more like a Telltale game. Even though it's not by Telltale, it's by The Odd Gentleman. So I think they did a fine job with it as a Telltale style game, but it's most certainly not King's Quest, as far as I'm concerned. So I'll give it that. It has its merits, but having a game called King's Quest that isn't really a King's Quest game, as far as I'm concerned, is a little disappointing. Okay, so maybe we don't need more corn? I already did that. That drains the water. So we have this magic statuette. We can't interact with it. Maybe we can combine that with one of these. Ah, okay.
Please, statue, tell me where my daughter is.
Rosella is in mortal peril in the dark land of Ooga Booga.
Rosella! Oh, my baby!
Okay. Well, that's what that's for, apparently. So crying solved that problem. Yeah, this game still looks fine. Can we put the rubber chicken in the... No.
It looks like he's expecting something.
Yeah, the Telltale games were... I don't know, it's weird. Like, there's certainly... Like, LucasArts type games don't really have game over states either. But those still felt engaging and had upsides to it. Like, they still had soul to them. And a lot of the Telltale stuff just kind of felt soulless to me. Even though it's a lot of the same people who made the LucasArts classic, then moved on to Telltale and formed that company. It just wasn't the same. Weird. This on the original resolution? Yep, this is the PC DOS version, and this is running at 640 by 480 at 525p on DOS through VGA. Okay, can we put something in there? No. Looks like we can put something in that hole in there. Yeah, it looks pretty good. For 640 by 480. Is that that bird over there that we saved? Aha! There's that bird we saved.
Hello, kindest of humans. Do you desire some sacred nectar?
Sure.
I do indeed. Can you get me some?
Certainly. Do you have a vessel to hold the nectar?
Alright, let's drink this salt water first. Oh my god. Okay, will this work?
Oh, the pot is full of water.
Ugh.
Let me pour it out first.
Okay, good.
Good. Hold it directly below the flowers, my lady.
That's a lot of
Thank
nectar. Okay. That can... Nectar in pot. Okay. Can we combine that with anything we got? No. Alright, nothing doing there. Okay, maybe that can wake up the... Okay, my other thought for this is that perhaps the curiosity mouse will trade our pot of nectar for something, maybe. So I have a feeling we're done with the trading quest with this guy. Can we... Huh.
Would you like to trade with me? You won't believe what you will see. My, some sacred nectar juice. I'll just go fetch my largest moose.
No, that's all right. I don't know where I'd put a whole moose.
Sure.
You want to give me back my crook? Sorry, but I chewed the book.
Alright. Good talk, mouse. Okay. So perhaps the sacred nectar, maybe it's for the enchanted deer, or it's for Sleepy Rockman.
These statues are so beautiful. Incredible.
Incredible. Okay. Nothing doing there. Magical statue? No. Rubber chicken? Nope. Okay. I don't think any of that will solve the werewolf over there just yet. Nope. Interesting. Ready to try blowing the horn. Maybe if we cry in front of him. I don't think we've tried crying over here yet.
What an unusual boulder.
Alright, can we solve this problem by crying? Nope, doesn't look like it. Dang it. Shepherd's Crook? No. What even is this again? Bug reducing powder. Sure. Stick. Nothing? No. Okay. So maybe it's in town? I seem to recall the being able to... Wait, did we ever... Oh, I'm dumb. I don't think we tried the shepherd's crook on the cheese in the town.
Halt! You can't go through that door. There are 600 bad-tempered weasels with crossbows right on the other side. Yeah, that's it. Weasels.
Well, thank you for the warning, little fellow.
Oh, big fat hairy rats.
Oh? Sure. Because I'm sure this thing will be able to get the cheese that's there. Yeah, there we go. Alright.
I saw what you just did. You just stole the moon. Moon thief. Human. Party pooper.
You are under arrest for all of the reasons my lord the Archduke Yip Yap stated, plus the heinous and disgusting crime of having no fur or feathers to cover your bald face.
Let's lock her up till we can figure out what to do with her.
Fever.
Okay. Will the real Troll King please stand up? Sure. Alright, chapter 4. Chapter 4 out of 6. This is a death, by the way. If you don't grab this in time. Or click anywhere else, I think. Yeah. They give you all the time in the world to...
That'll teach me to look a gift shovel in the mouth.
Sure. Alright, later, Hidden. Have a good night.
Thank you, kind sir.
nuts, nuts, nuts! This is going to take forever. I can't stand this rotten, worthless little shovel. Look at that, pathetic! This is enough dirt to suffocate a bug. Nuts!
All right.
Nobody will be using that elevator again. Hello, good fellow. Thank you again. I wonder...
Okay, lady, I got your link. I can't start digging your grave until tomorrow, though. Sorry.
Sure.
Here lies the corpse of Fats Woad. He ate till he bulged like a toad. One day he bought 20 stale pies for a penny. The 20th made him explode. The sorrowful Marjorie Pratt liked to wail on the cliffs with her cat. One night, such a pity, she tripped on her kitty and fell off the cliff with a splat. Ugh.
That sounds about right.
The strange author, Phineas Smite, liked to lurk in the shadows at night. He'd write hideous tales of green monsters with scales, and one day he just died of fright.
Sure. Alright, this looks potentially important here. So we got skull, bat, and then spider. Okay. Usually when it shows a screen like that, that's usually like, hey, write this down. Okay. Alright, what's left of here? Skull, bat, spider. Okay. Sure. So we can go down from here.
A werewolf named Thaddeus Scabies tried to steal a poor farmer's 3 babies. As he crept through the house, he was nipped by a mouse who was mad, and the wolf died of rabies.
What?
A paranoid fellow named Ed thought a monster lived under his bed. As he quailed in the dark, his dog gave a loud bark, and Ed leapt from the window in dread.
Okay.
The debonair Archduke von Drake was always a bit of a rake. He chased a maid through the grass, but when he caught the lass, she drop-kicked him into the lake.
Sure.
The jumpy Dame Celia Nats had a terrible fear of black cats. She saw one in the night, jumped 10 feet in fright, and was carried away by large bats. Are you all right, ma'am? Can I help you?
No one can help me!
Yikes! I guess some people just like to be left alone.
That's a yikes from me, dog. Okay. Welcome to King's Quest. You can die whenever.
was awful. I should have done something.
Sure. Oh god.
That guy is bad news. Next time, I'm not waiting to find out just how bad.
All right. Oh man, a kitty. Can we pet the kitty? All right. Kitty left.
The mad lady, Madeline Fair, grew convinced that she was a spring hare. On hands and on knees, she'd bounce through the trees till the day she ran into a bear. I can't believe I did that! My mother taught me to have better sense.
Okay. The Harvester? I never played it. I know of the game, though. Never played it, though.
A mystic named Musafar White had a bed made of nails sharp and bright. He was taking a nap when into his lap jumped an elephant. Yuck! What a sight!
I can add it to the to-do list, though.
You little fiend! Get out of here!
Okay.
Dr. Mort Cadaver. Ha! Now there's a name to inspire confidence.
Sure.
Yes? May I help you?
Hello. I am Rosella of Daventry. May I ask you a few questions?
Certainly, Miss Rosella. Do come in. Quickly, please.
All right. As I stand in most of the doorway, come on in.
Welcome to Ooga Booga, Miss Rosella. I am Dr. Mort Cadaver, coroner. How may I help you?
I'm seeking King Otark, ruler of the trolls. I've heard that he's been detained in this land. Have you heard anything about him?
No, but I bet that wicked Militia is behind it, since she caused the destruction of our beloved ruler, Count Tepish. This land has slipped into chaos. The boogeyman thinks he owns the place, and those horrid kids have run amok. I'm afraid to go outside anymore.
If they're just kids, can't you do something to stop them?
I'm just the town doctor. I spend a great deal of time replacing limbs, reattaching noses, you know. But I could hold my own against those kids. Until last week, that is, when I gave my spine away to a charming lady who'd fallen off a cliff. It seems that without a backbone, I can't stand up to anyone. Oh, well, excuse me, my dear. I must fill out some death certificates now.
Okay. We need to find a backbone, apparently.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
Oh, Mr. Nibbler here is in for an attitude adjustment.
Hey, lady. Got any fava beans?
I got some silver. And this toad.
Closer, Rosella. Closer.
Oh? Okay, I guess not. Okay.
That's quite a nice coffin. What do you use it for?
Most of my patients like to nap here while they're waiting, my dear. To tell you the truth, I nap in it myself when business is slow. It's so comfortable.
Leg of lizard, eye of newt, toxic toadstool powder, monosodium glutamate. Yikes.
Yikes. Yikes count +1.
Dr. Cadaver, you really should have a spine. Can you get yours back?
Oh, I couldn't. The patient must come first. But, Miss Rosella, I'd do anything for another one. I tried a broomstick and some dried spaghetti, but it just wasn't the same.
Alright, so we really got to get him a spine. Okay. Alright, so this is like the first area in the game that's more complicated than the other ones. Okay. So I seem to recall... Oh, jeez.
Oh boy, I thought that looked like a spider web.
Oh, jeez. Fire? No. And silver? A frog?
No! I think it's going to take drastic measures to get past that nasty thing.
Okay. Or we just peace out. Okay. Alright, that brings us back here. I could have sworn there was another way up here. Interesting. Okay, we haven't been this way. We have been this way. And then down here's the boogeyman? No, it's this. Okay. Is there a screen left or right from here? So to the left of here is the boogeyman. And we can't go anywhere else from there. So here is where the barking, shadow dog thing was. Yeah, I'm not sure what we can... Yeah, I'm not sure what we can do with this. After King's Quest, I'm not gonna be playing like all the Seer games all in a row. I just happen to be doing like for my casual playthrough, to just be King's Quest. Pretty much any game for any system released in the last 30 years is any notable game from the last 30 years is on the to-do list. Like see, okay, so there's the rope. Yep, PC counts as a system, and there's hundreds PC games on the to-do list. Okay, we got ourselves a spine. Sure. Yeah, not Atari, because
I suppose a girl never knows when she'll need a foot in a bag, especially in Ooga Booga land.
Sure. Like anything pre-NES doesn't interest me.
Hi, guys.
Hi!
Eek!
Oh, geez.
Gotcha!
Those nasty little guys are keeping me on my toes, that's for sure. I need to think fast around them.
Yeah, pretty much it. I'll never run out of content. That's for sure.
Eek!
Yeah, I've got 30 years worth of gaming to catch up on. Like I spoke at length about it during the kind of a level grinding part of Kodelka. So this is a spine, right? It is a backbone. Okay, so we can give that to this guy. But NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast, PS1 through 4, Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One.
Do come in, Miss Rosella.
Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, DS, 3DS, PSP, Vita, 3DO, Virtual Boy, Tiger Gamecom, GameCube, N64.
Excuse me, Miss Rosella. I'll be right with you. Now then, Mr. Bugbear, let's fix that broken heart of yours.
DOS gaming, Windows 98, modern PC, XP, Switch, Wii U, all of those. I got them all, and I got thousands of games.
Dr. Cadaver.
But we will be playing more.
What can I do for you, Miss Rosella?
More Sierra games in the future. Like when I plan to do the Quest for Glory games, I'm playing through each of the routes. So 1 through 5 fighter, 1 through 5 thief, 1 through 5 magic user, 1 through 5 paladin. So we're going to be playing Quest for Glory 1 through 5 4 times. I can't wait. I've actually never played more than just the
Dr. Cadaver, I have
magic
a
user
surprise for you.
route for each of them. Oh man.
Oh, I am eternally grateful to you. I would like to repay you in some small way. Ah. Here, just what every young lady needs. A dear little pet to keep her company. I made him myself.
Thank you, Dr. Cadaver.
Okay, let's look at this foot first. Foot in a bag. Alright. I have played almost enough Grandstream Saga. We're going to be playing it at least one more time because it's still in PSXplosion. Okay, we got weird pet. Sure. But I'm sure you're looking forward to Might and Magic 6. The Mandate of Heaven. There's no polls for now, but what lost the most officially? Oh, jeez. Let's see. How would I find that? PSX games, and then sort by amount of polls? Poll appearances? Let's see. It is a 3-way tie between the Grandstream Saga, Marvel Superheroes, and Crash Bash, all at 6 poll appearances. Okay. We have a foot in a bag. Not sure about those. Oh god. Oh god. Great.
That guy is bad news. Next time, I'm not waiting to find out just how bad.
Okay. So, you could just kind of die at any point in this game. Ma'am, would you like a foot in a bag? No. Would you like a weird pet? No. Would you like this? Nope. Or this? Nope. Maybe that the weird ghost dog wants our foot in a bag. I'm not sure what's up with that dog. Or what the significance of these symbols is, either. Sir, would you like a foot in a bag? Or a weird pet? No.
I don't need a grave just yet. Thanks to you, sir. Could you tell me if this is the land of Ooga Booga?
Yeah, this is Ooga Booga, all right.
Pardon me for saying so, but isn't that shovel a little too small for the task at hand?
You said it, lady. This is the wrong equipment for the job. Here, let me show you something.
There currently is no polls right now. I'm working on it. I got plans, but there's currently no active poll. It'd only be for PSXplosion, and I'm currently just doing complete random.
Here's a fully automatic, steam-driven, rat-powered grave-digging machine. I made it myself. Those rotten kids broke in, and they stole me power source. They took my rat.
Okay. So we gotta get the rat from the kids. Okay. If I remember correctly... Actually, is this, a foot in a bag solve our monster problem? No? What about weird pet? No? Okay. Anything I missed up here, then? What is this?
I'm never giving one of those things to my children. Never, ever, ever.
Well, she can't because she's dead. Okay. I don't see anything else of interest here. been north of here yet? Huh. What the hell is it on this screen? Because there's nothing else here. We can't go back down to the Troll Kingdom. I suppose I can... Skull, bat, spider. Yeah, it's the same as the other one. And that's the graffiti from the kids. Oh, shit. Okay. Great. What a great mechanic for this part of the game. Just random deaths, but I guess it is a King's Quest tradition. It ain't King's Quest unless you can just randomly die. Let's see. Maybe this foot can be used over here? No? 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 Okay, we can't go that way. Weird. What the...
Count Cranky, a nasty old goat, slipped and got himself drowned in the moat. His family cheered, his squire disappeared, and even his dog seemed to gloat. Here lies Miss Marigold Gossom, who grew a carnivorous blossom. She fell into the weed, and it ate her with greed one day when she tripped on a possum. A mystic named Musafar White had a bed made of nails sharp and bright. He was taking a nap when into his lap jumped an elephant. Yuck, what a sight!
Sure. Okay, we can't go south of here. We can go north of here. Maybe there's something new with the doctor?
Always a pleasure, Miss Rosella. Do come in. Hello, Miss Rosella. You are looking lovely as always.
Thank you, Dr. Cadaver. You're looking very, well yourself.
All thanks to you, my dear.
Well, I just wanted to see how you were doing. I best be going now.
Okay. Well, it's... whatever it is, it's not with them. Putting out the sign. Okay. Doc is out.
The doctor is out.
Great.
Well, I hope he doesn't give away any other vital organs while he's at it.
Okay. Tried.
Hello there? I'm Rosella of Davin. No! I think it's going to take drastic measures to get past that nasty thing.
So whatever it is, I don't have it. getting past this thing. Because nothing else really did anything. Would this foot in the bag do anything here? Like, I'm sure there's a reason for being able to go out on the deck up there. Hmm. And that just gets you killed again.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I thought that looked like a spider web. Jeez, these Ooga Boogites sure aren't very trustworthy.
Is this a soft lock? Okay. It just keeps putting you backwards until you stop dying. Alright. So I'm trying to remember back to my when I used to speedrun this. I could have sworn you had to be on the screen when the kids were here, and then you give them the weird pet. Maybe you just have to keep going back and forth on that screen until the kids show up. It's just some good old King's Quest RNG. Huh. Or maybe it's something I've overlooked on here. Like maybe the foot in a bag needs to be untied or something. There's nothing interactive over there. So maybe we can interact with her now? Put a foot in a bag, cheer you up later. So there's that. Like, what is that? There's a guy on horse who flies in from the north. So foot and bag is not working. We can't do anything with this. Maybe we have to stay on the screen until the boogeyman spawns and then leave and come back? Because he spawned from there. We still have this lantern. The unlit lantern. Huh. Why isn't the boogeyman spawned yet? I don't know, this... Oh, jeez.
I guess I should have read the headstone more carefully.
Yeah, this certainly is...
Here's the body of Benjamin Crabby, who in life was incredibly grabby. Don't stand on his grave, for his corpse can't behave. Old Benji might pop up and nab ye.
Well, that solves that mystery, I guess. Okay. Still not sure what the deal is here, though. Like, I'm still certain that we have to be on this screen while the kids are there. And then the kids, you give them the pet. But they're just not on the screen. Like, am I supposed to talk to this guy again to get that trigger to happen?
Sir, couldn't you just get another rat for your machine?
Nah, Iggy was trained special. Besides, there ain't no other rat as strong as Iggy. Or as smart, neither.
He must be a very special rodent.
He is, lady. He is.
Oh, man. That audio. Okay, maybe that will cause this trigger to happen.
Whenever the branch shaped like a snake is pointing up, for goodness sake, run away! Go!
Guess what I have in here, guys?
Okay, that did it.
Is it a severed head? A crawling eyeball?
No, it's something better. It's the best, weirdest, creepiest pet in the world.
Nuh-uh!
Oh yeah? Look!
Cadaverous! Give it! Put it on the elevator!
I have no idea. That's not something I keep track of.
Up here and bring it yourself, lady. Yeah, come on up. Cadaverous! He's biting me! Ooh, Skeletal! Look at his teeth! It's my turn! My turn!
Alright, we got a rat.
It'll be okay, little fella. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Oh man. Speed. The speed keeps turning down to like nothing. Alright, so here's the... This is either the 4th or the 5th time tonight that Windows has tried to restart. Another time. Thanks, Windows. Okay, so now it was north of here?
Look who I found.
Iggy! Ha ha! Thank you, lady. Thank you so much. The only talent in the world is for digging. But I'll dig you a grave anywhere you want. Here, take this horn. If you blow this horn, I'll hear you, and I'll come and dig your grave. Okay? Come on, Iggy. Let's go fire that bad boy up.
Oh, man. Alright. So this I remember. I'm still not sure what that dog is for, but... This way. And then here. Alright, look at all this progress now. And it was all because I didn't talk to the guy enough times.
Thanks for calling me to dinner.
That guy is bad news. Next time, I'm not waiting to find out just how bad.
I could have sworn it was that screen that you have to do that on.
Who dares disturb my sleep?
That guy is bad news.
Okay.
Next time, I'm not waiting to find out just how bad.
Alright, maybe it isn't that screen.
Where do you want me to dig?
I don't really know.
Geez, lady, call me when you know what you want. And don't blow that horn too often. It's enough to wake the dead.
Wake the dead, huh? Okay.
Where do you want me to dig?
I don't really know.
Geez, lady, call me when you know what you want. And don't blow that horn too often. It's enough to wake the dead.
Huh, yeah, I could have sworn you have to blow the horn on the pile of bones screen.
Who dares disturb my sleep?
That guy is bad.
Huh. Like, how are you supposed to know if he's there or not? See, now she moves over there and does it. And now he shows up. Like, what?
Where do you want me to dig?
I don't really know.
Right there.
Geez, lady, call me when you know what you want.
Right there.
Don't blow that horn too often. It's enough to wake the dead.
Over there. Blow it over there. And now it won't let me interact with this thing? Huh. What? Sure? Hmm.
Who dare
Yeah, and then
disturb my sleep?
That guy is bad
so maybe
news.
you gotta get
Next time I'm not
the bones to grab you, and then no.
That was awful. I should have done something.
Like you gotta blow the horn over there after triggering the skeletons to grab you. But then that
Thanks for calling me to dinner.
That guy is bad news.
I could have sworn that's how you're supposed to do this part. This is like the hardest part of the game, by the way. Like chapter 5 and 6 are super easy compared to chapter 4. Like you get that to do that, and then stand over there and blow the horn, maybe?
Who dares disturb my sleep?
No.
That guy.
Oh man. I wonder if this is just RNG. Like I don't think the
Where do you want me to dig?
I don't really know.
Over there. Like I can't click over there. Use the horn over there. Like can I use the horn here? It doesn't let me use the horn here. And I don't think calling him is the solution to getting past that green monster.
Dearly departed, we are gathered here today to say goodbye to our friend, the kitty cat.
She was my bestest friend.
It's so putrefied when a kitty has to leave the world so young. She was... Hush up, kitty! She was in the prime of life.
Where? If only she hadn't been run over by an ox cart. If only she didn't get the plague. If only we had a shovel.
Homicidal! Let's go find one.
Alright, later, Ed. Have a good night. Alright, so I don't think you have to save the cat here.
Are you all right, little cat?
I
think so. I know what you seek, my lady. I heard you speaking with my friend, Dr. Cadaver. The king of the trolls is imprisoned in the home of the boogeyman, beneath the deadfall.
Thank you. I must go to him at once.
Wait! There's something I wish to give you. Hold out your hand. It is one of my lives, my lady. You saved one of mine, so I feel I owe it to you. Still have 8 left.
Oh, I couldn't possibly.
You must.
I think this is actually an optional scene because there's 2 different endings to this game. And you don't necessarily need the extra life. Okay, so next thought is... shovel. Okay. Can we... We can't shovel that. I don't think a shovel's gonna help with our giant green forest monster thing. I don't think a shovel's gonna help with our ghost dog problem. I don't think blowing the horn here will do anything at all.
Who dares disturb my sleep?
Sure.
That guy is bad news. Next time I'm not waiting to find...
Yeah, okay. Would you like a shovel, man? Okay, shovel doesn't do anything here. Extra life. Doesn't do anything here. Okay, so now that we've heard from the cat that there's a that the king is underneath here, maybe now she'll say dig under there.
Where exactly do you want me to dig?
Right there.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, geez, lady. Are you sure? Are you positive?
Yep.
All right, if you insist. Stand back, miss. There you go. I really don't advise you to go down there, miss. I'm out of here.
All right. Well, that's where we're going.
Ow!
Okay. So it was Skull Bat Spider. Okay.
Your Majesty? King Otar?
No, she gave him the horn back.
Hello, my little moles. I hope you two get along, since you're going to spend the next 1,000 years together.
Well.
So, with Matilda's help, I sought you out, Your Majesty.
You are a brave young woman, Princess. I am sorry things have taken such a dreadful turn.
Don't worry, King Otar. I'm sure we'll find a way out.
It seems we'd best hurry up about it.
Okay, what about...
King Otar! Matilda said the this thing was magical!
My dragon toad! He could possibly dig us out! The jewel that brings him back to life is set in my armband! Blast! I can't pull it loose! Save us! Dig! Dig! Rosella, hurry!
But me first. Okay.
Go! Tell Matilda we are coming. And if Melisha shows her evil face in the underground, Matilda must try to stall her for as long as possible.
We're safe!
Not for long, Princess. If we do not disguise ourselves, we will be discovered, and the consequences will be dire. Here, hold this object, just so. Now, point it at me.
Your Majesty, what have I done?
Don't worry, Princess. I have changed myself into this form so that I may travel safely through this dark land. We must also hide you before...
No! They got away!
Quickly, Princess, hide yourself.
Just so happens to be a cloak here.
There now. Everyone will think you're the Lady Tsepish. You look downright scary, my dear.
Okay, so perhaps that means the beast in the forest will not bother us now.
Boo!
Oh man, they're getting a lot of mileage out of that Rosella giggle.
Hello there? I'm Rosella of Davin.
Oh, okay. Apparently that thing is not afraid of
I think it's going to take drastic measures
Spooky lady.
to get past that nasty thing.
Okay. What about this scepter thing? No. 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 Shovel? No. Okay. Whatever it is, we don't have it. I'm guessing.
I think it's going to take drastic...
Okay. Magic wand. Okay. The Troll King as Scarab. Sure. What?
How did that gargoyle find us so fast? I guess I should have kept the Troll King disguised.
Okay. Sure.
Hello? He must not be able to hear me. Oh well.
Okay. Maybe Spooky Dog will not bark at us this time. Oh, Spooky Dog is still... Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that dog. Alright.
I've been haunting this spot too long. I've been haunting this spot too long.
Okay. Magic wand, maybe? No? I'm not sure what's up with the guy on the horse. So we have this shovel. I'm not sure what's up with this foot in a bag. Maybe we can go back down the hole that's in here? No. Okay. Interesting. So I already read those. Pretty sure if I interact with this, she'll just fall in again. Yep. Okay.
I can't believe I did that.
Good job, Rosella. You nailed it. Oh, the doctor's back. Okay.
Yes? Oh, my dear Lady Tepish. Tisk. Have you cried your eyes out again? Well, I'll replace them one more time, but that's it. I only have so many spare eyeballs, you know.
Dr. Cadaver, it's me, Rosella.
My dear Rosella, I'm happy to see you're still breathing. However, Militia and her horrible gargoyle are hunting for you, so you best get out of Ooga Booga as fast as you can.
We'd love to leave Ooga Booga, but the entrance to the underground has collapsed. It looks like it's sealed off for good.
Oh dear, that is a problem. Did you say we? May I presume you mean yourself and your tapeworm?
She does not. She is referring to me, King Otar Fenris III.
I see. Now, you'll have to leave through the main gate, but Militia put that nasty swamp creature on guard. Well, let me see. Maybe we'll find something helpful here. No, that won't work. Let me see. That one grows hair on bald werewolves. That one grows new tentacles. That one makes your head fall off. Ah.
Aha.
What is it? It smells awful.
It's a defoliant, my dear. It'll knock the leaves off any kind of creepy-crawly plant you'd care to think of. Totally non-toxic to animals. That's the beauty of it. It's a wonder I found it. These shelves do need organizing.
All right. Actually, I should talk to him one more time. Just
How does your new backbone fit?
Oh, it's wearing quite well. It was a little stiff at first, but I'm working out the kinks.
sure. Okay, so now we can get past the swamp monster thing. Defoil it. Okay. Where? So that was to the right of here and then south of here. Okay.
Well done, Princess.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh, I can't believe how that defoliant stinks.
Fortunately, I have no nostrils at the moment.
Okay.
Hello, baby. You sure look sweet, little bonbon.
Okay.
Hello. My name is Rosella. Who are you?
Why, we're a lovely, charming, totally harmless plant muffin.
Harmless!
Totally.
I see. Would you like a foot in a bag? You would. Alright. There's a gargoyle.
Stop! We must talk, Princess. Before us is the home of Militia. We must be cautious, or we will never reach the volcanics underground.
King Otar, what are we to do? We can't enter the underground at all now that the elevator's collapsed. How can we stop the volcano?
I have heard of a secret entrance in the town of Folderol, although I know not exactly where. But now you must gather up your courage, for we have to find a way into Militia's house. She stole from me a device that could possibly destroy her and save us all. We must recover it.
Okay.
Nice try, sweetie.
I hate that gargoyle. Maybe I just better stay away from it.
Yeah.
Peekaboo! I see you, princess.
Oh, that was brilliant, Rosella. Next time we hide from the nasty fairy.
Alright. Okay, we can go to the right here or up. Alright, barking dog probably means it's there. Good old King's Quest RNG. Maybe it's just guaranteed to be there for a certain amount of time.
Will you look at that? I think we found our way in.
Excellent, Rosella.
It's too small. I'll need something to enlarge it.
Ah, like a shovel, perhaps.
What have you found, Cuddles, my love? Let me see. Oh, it's a nasty little termite.
That darn little dog. His nose is just too sharp.
All right. So can we go to the right here? Ah, this is the spooky werewolf. Oh, all right. Werewolf not afraid of.
Tough guy. I need something that could knock him for a loop.
Huh, okay. Alright, well, we gotta get in the house without the dog being there. There we go. See? It's just random. Oh boy. I cannot believe they brought back the randomness. That wasn't a thing since King's Quest 4. They got rid of it for 5 and 6.
Here we are, Cuddle Poo. Home again to this awful, dreary, miserable little house.
God. Squirt that at him.
Oh, poor babyums. What's wrong, kissy boy? Would Cuddles feel better if we went out and found him someone to bite? Would him? Oh. Anything my Cuddles wants, him gets.
Alright. That shares a mouth. Okay.
Rosella, the thing we are looking for is a device made of brass and many lenses. It's an ancient and mysterious artifact. The only thing in Etheria that could destroy Militia. But she doesn't know that. It could be anywhere.
Could be anywhere, huh?
Psst, King Otar.
Oh my god.
What is all this stuff?
When Militia stole the device from me, she asked me what it was. I reluctantly told her it was a machine for turning lead into gold.
Oh, she must have spent hours trying to figure out how it works. Good one, Your Majesty.
Oh baby, that difference in sprites.
Look at all that makeup. I wonder where she keeps the trowel.
Alright, we should keep it in the drawers here.
This looks promising. How odd. Yuck! Ugh! Wow.
Wow.
That's it! Take it! Quickly!
Okay.
This is the whole thing? How does it work?
It must be plugged into a socket in the volcano control room in the underground, so that it may regain its power. It is useless until then. After the device is activated, it can be used to stop any living threat to Etheria. I don't know exactly what it will do. We'll find out soon enough, if we are fortunate.
Okay.
This looks useful, not to mention ugly.
Okay. Pretty sure that's everything we need here. Okay. Let's see how ugly that is. Woolen stocking. Sure. What is this thing? Mysterious device. Sure, that looks very King's Quest. Okay. Now that we did all that,
Must have been a princess.
I'll never trust foliage again.
was I supposed to give them the leg?
You know, I've never seen a plant with teeth before.
Those aren't...
Hey, later, Summer. Good luck with the appointment. Oh, God. I think I need that flower, but because maybe I can get another leg from the doctor. Where did I get the leg from? I got it from here, I think. Actually. Shit. Am I soft locked? I'm pretty sure there's no soft locks, but maybe I wasn't supposed to leave that screen while the plants were eating. And I was supposed to get that flower. Unless there's like another foot I can get somewhere. Well, I can't go back in there. That won't let me interact with it. Can't go back there. She's still there. Spooky Dog is still here. Do you like a woolen stocking, Spooky Dog? No? Okay. Can't interact with that. Maybe I have to keep going this way until we can go back up to where the kids are? Unless I don't actually need the flower and it's just maybe this will work.
That wasn't very nice, Sugar Plum. Do we look like swamp sludge to you?
Well, that did something. Maybe there's something I missed in the witch's house? Or maybe you're supposed to be caught by, haha, okay. The old bar of silver and the sock trick. Oldest trick in the book. Alright. Okay. And then the town of what's-its-face was up over here.
I don't think so. I'm not silly enough to slog through that.
Oh. Just jump over there then. Okay. And then up through here, over to the town.
Halt! Who goes there?
Rosella of Daventry. Is this the town of Falderall?
Yes, it is, but you can't come in here unless you bring me the levitating albino warthog of Rigatonia.
Just... Okay.
Stop! You can't go through there.
Amazing.
That door leads to a pit of salivating snakes. That's right, snakes.
Oh, well, I'm sure I'll prefer them to your company.
Oh!
Ooh, it's another one of those pink things. Hello, pink thing. Welcome to Folderol. I am Archduke Fifele Yip Yap.
And I am Rosella of Daventry.
Rosella, your mother was here looking for you. We arrested her, but now we like her just fine. Enjoy your stay here. Be sure to take the faux shop with a grain of salt.
Mother? Here? Arrested? No! No way, it couldn't be.
Sure. Okay, can we untransform the king here? No? Sure.
Hello there, little bird.
Hello, you cheese-nosed ninny hammer.
Hey, that wasn't very nice.
I don't have to be nice. I'm a mockingbird, get it? Whoa, oh, I hear gears turning. Don't hurt yourself now.
Get a mockingbird. Alright. Maybe we go in here. Sure. Oh god. Okay, this one was down. Okay. Alright, so it's not that one.
Tacky, tacky.
Sure.
It must be broken or something.
Not sure why we can't do this, but sure. Okay, that doesn't work either. I thought there was an entrance to the volcano in this town somewhere.
Oh no, it's stuck!
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So whatever it is we're supposed to do here, we do here apparently. Okay. No.
Tacky, tacky.
Okay, it's not that. The hammer and chisel. Not gonna work on there. The stocking? That doesn't do anything. I have to use these again until they work?
Tacky.
Yeah, tacky. Well, if the door won't open, then...
Oh no, it's stuck!
We have to use something on ourselves? Oh my god. Windows. Another time. We have to use the beetle on the door? No? Huh. So I've... Am I missing something here? Like... Just to look at the beetle and... This is bizarre. Actually not sure what you're supposed to do here. Like, you think the hammer and chisel will be able to open up that window, that the mirror. It's not working. Nothing doing with that. No. What the hell? Is this a soft lock? It can't be. And the extra life is for the end of the game. So it's not for this. Using the scarab doesn't do anything. I'm not sure what the stocking would accomplish. It's not letting me interact with this thing anymore. There's that and that. There's no other ways out of the room.
It's all tarnished.
What?
I can't quite make it out.
Okay.
That's doing the trick.
There we go.
I'll bet you could scour pots with this nasty old stocking.
Okay.
Tacky. I'm a hungry little tot, but I don't want porridge cold or hot. I don't want bread, I don't want meat. My taste runs more to fruit so sweet. If you give me what I need, you'll see me perform such a deed. The ground will shake, the waters part, and you can plunge into the heart of darkness, deep and pulsing fire. Feed me, get what you desire.
Okay.
Tacky. I'm a hungry...
Are you hungry for scarabs? Or life? No. Well, let me leave now?
Oh no!
It won't. Okay. Are you hungry for lanterns? Are you hungry for mysterious devices? Maybe these do something different now?
I'm a hungry little tot, but I don't want...
Hungry for shovels? What?
That's doing the trick. I'll bet you could scour pots with this nasty old stocking.
Okay. So let me clean it again for some reason.
Tack. 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 I'm a hungry...
I have to click on one of the words or something? Maybe Valenice has the item or something? It's crazy that I can't leave the room though.
Oh no!
Like I've got to be just missing something.
Why, those
Oh.
are golden grapes.
Okay.
I wonder...
I wonder. There we go.
Oh, drat. I can't pull it loose.
Drat. If only we had a hammer and chisel. Okay. Found it. And we give it the grape.
That's it! That must be the entrance to the volcanic's underground.
Okay.
Oh no, it's stuck!
It's stuck.
I'm just not strong enough to do it! Quickly, Your Majesty! The doorway is stuck partway open. Hurry before that horrible gargoyle finds us!
Come on! There's no time to waste!
Okay. Okay.
We must hurry, Rosella!
So it's left, right, center. Door. Left.
Imposter! You have
Right.
destroyed us all!
Those. Okay. Alright, chapter 5, Nightmare in Etheria. So, there's technically 2 chapters left.
What is your verdict?
On the charge of moon theft, we find her
Guilty!
Guilty.
On the charge of impersonating a Falderalian, we find her
Guilty!
on the charges of party crashing, sneaking, spying, and appearing in public without fur, feather, or scales, we find her
Guilty! 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 Felonies of Daventry, this is your sentence. You must spend the rest of your life in the jellybean mines of the faraway kingdom of Wugga Wugga Boing Boing.
What? I never heard of such a place. You just made that up, didn't you?
So I did. Does anyone have an idea for her sentence?
banish her to the plains of petulant possums.
Maroon her on the island of ill-natured iguanas.
Make her count every grain of birdseed in the land.
Make her put the moon back into the sky!
The people have spoken. You have until sunset to put the moon back in its rightful place in the sky, Valanice. If you do not, you will be fed to a 300-pound hamster in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Court adjourned.
The sky is falling! The sky is falling!
In that case, let us move the party to the sub-basement. Guards, remove that hairless creature.
Sure. Yeah, so there's technically 2 chapters left. This one and chapter 6, but chapter 6 is like 2 minutes long. So we'll just finish this out tonight, since I'm not going to be streaming probably for the next few days while I rest and get my back into a workable shape. Okay, well, we can't just throw that up.
Good merchant, I really would appreciate a moment of your time.
A moment, you say? That will be 2 gold coins, my lady. 2 moments for 3 coins. What a bargain!
What a bargain.
This is not a pawn shop, madam. I deal in cash and precious objects.
Please, sir, you must help me. This comb belongs to my daughter, and she's missing. She's a beautiful girl with sky blue eyes and golden hair. Have you heard of her?
Indeed I have, lady. I have just recently heard that she is to be married to the Troll King in the Volcanics underground in a few days. Too bad you can't possibly go there and save her.
What do you mean I can't go there? I can, and I will!
But, my lady, the Volcanics underground lies west of the forest, beyond the wood of the Weir folk. No one has ever entered that wood and lived. Not unless they had my special salve, that is. I will sell it to you, but I will take only one very special item for it. A magic statuette. A lovely depiction of a nymph gazing into a pond.
Okay. I happen to have that, as it turns out.
Here you are, the magic statuette.
And here is your weir beast salve, my lady Valanice.
Thank you. How does it work?
You must apply it to your body. First, it must be mixed with a bit of animal hair.
Animal hair? What kind?
Why, whatever animal you wish to transform into. However, I would not recommend a fat mouse or a juicy squirrel. Excuse me, my lady. I must go and consult my statuette.
Okay. Werebeast cell. Okay. We can put the jackalope hair into there. Okay. Sure. We just use that here. No. Okay. Alright. I assume they still won't let me leave the town.
Good day, sir. Kindly let me pass.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
His Lordship the Archduke has ordered me not to let you leave Folderol until you have put the moon back in the sky. Now go away!
What? No hinges? This gate can never open.
Okay. We gotta put the moon back in the sky somehow.
Hello, Fernando. Why aren't you at the Archduke's party?
Oh, I was there for a while, but there's such tiresome little events. I'd rather spend time with Treasure. She's much more charming than the Archduke, and she doesn't drool.
Tell me, Fernando, don't you ever get tired of living in a town full of completely silly people?
They're not so bad, I suppose. They don't appreciate the fine objects in my store, but then again, I never sell anything to them.
Fernando, I never see anyone in your store. It looks like you're right about people of Falderal never buying your wares. Tell me, how do you stay in business?
They'd like to buy things, but I won't sell anything to them. They might break it. I get a lot of business from Etheria, though.
Why don't you just move your shop to Etheria then?
Pixie dust and ambrosia make me sneeze.
Hello, treasure. How are you?
She's just fine, my lady. Thanks to you.
Okay, maybe there's something in Town Hall?
It's locked.
Okay, well that rules that out. Aha! I almost missed that. Okay. Put our rubber chicken on there. And then launch that moon. Okay. Progress.
Congratulations, O hairless one. Thank you have returned the moon to the sky. You are granted a full pardon.
Oh, thank you, Archduke Yip Yap.
Never let it be said that Archduke Fiffle Yip Yip, fearless warhound of Folderol, cannot be merciful. Now, if you'll excuse me, the volcano is smoking, so I'm off to hide in the basement.
Okay. Alright. We got just regular ass feather, huh? Okay. Assume the mockingbird is of no use anymore. Alright. So now that we have the salve, we can go to the... get past the werewolf thing. Perhaps that feather will wake up, sleepy stone guy. We should be over here. Hey, there we go. Okay.
Why have you disturbed my slumber, mortal?
My apologies, noble spirit, but the bountiful woods are in terrible trouble. Lord Attis has been changed into a stag, and Lady Ceres into a tree.
That could not have happened if the river of life still flowed and the cornucopia was filled. They are the heart and lifeblood of the woods, and it will perish without them. You must start the river flowing by pouring sacred drink into the river maiden's pitcher. Replenish the cornucopia by placing sacred food in the cornucopia maiden's horn of plenty. Act quickly. I cannot stay awake.
Okay, so we have nectar at least. But I don't think we have sacred food right now. So we can at least get the river going. Where would we get sacred food? But that goes there. Okay, and now we get a shortcut over there.
Come, Lord Attis, perhaps a drink from the river of life will give you strength. The enchantment has been broken!
Eh?
Indeed. Now perhaps I can save my lovely Ceres. Let us hurry, Valanice. It would seem that the curse is stronger than I am, but I will not let her die. I will not.
I wish I could have helped you more, Lord Attis, but now I feel I must go to my daughter. I think she's in a dark land beyond these woods, and that she is in grave danger.
Valanice, if she is in Ooga Booga, you must pass through the swamp, and I have learned of a terrible monster who dwells there. I will help you evade him, but first I must try to save my lady love.
Okay.
I vow I will help you if I can, noble Attis.
Perfect. Okay, so maybe now we can... okay, we can do this here.
Oh, I feel so strange.
Okay.
Don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. Noble Attis. He was true to his word.
Alright, well that... Eh? Stick work here? Can we cry to solve this problem? No? Nope.
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
Alright. Goodbye.
Hey, that wasn't very nice.
Sure. Alright, bug reducing. Not gonna work here. Okay. Maybe we can talk to the doctor here.
Yes? Oh my! You bear a stunning resemblance to a young lady I met earlier this evening.
That must have been my daughter, Rosella.
My dear lady, do come in. So you are the mother of the charming Miss Rosella. Pleased to meet you, lady.
Valanice of Daventry, sir.
What a lovely name! I am Dr. Mort Cadaver. What can I do for you, Lady Valanice?
When was the last time you saw my daughter? Where was she going?
I saw her but a few short hours ago. She asked me about the Troll King, and very kindly brought me a new backbone. I do not know where she was headed.
Can we cry about it? No?
That looks nice and soft. Egad! What am I thinking?
Okay.
Dr. Cadaver, how was Rosella when you spoke with her? Did she seem well?
Oh, abundantly so. She was the liveliest creature I've seen in years.
Dr. Cadaver, I hope this isn't rude of me, but is everyone in Ooga Booga, well, dead?
As a doornail, for the most part. Forgive me, Lady Valanice, but I have to make a house call. Good evening, Valanice. I will let you know if I hear word of Rosella.
Thank you, Doctor. Good night.
Okay. Alright, so nothing new with the doctor for now.
My lady, are you ill?
I am dead!
My goodness, could she ever use a facial?
Oh, there's... Oh? Okay. So we've had this bug-reducing powder for, like, the whole game. Oh. Alright, this is new. Oh. Alright, want a stick dog? No. Bug powder? You want this comb? You want this pot?
Good dog. Nice dog. Words will get me nowhere with that beast.
Huh. So it's not the stick, apparently. Maybe there's... Okay, I'm thinking of sacred food. Like, maybe it's... They mean the corn from the desert area? Like, we gotta go all the way back to the desert, maybe? Okay, this is new. Maybe there's something up in the house again. Okay.
Hey, you. Don't touch my dough.
Okay. So that bone is probably for Ghost Dog. And then... Now I'm not sure what we get from Ghost Dog. I guess we'll find out. Alright, Ghost Dog. Okay.
Good dog. Nice dog. There now. You're not such a bad dog after all.
And you are not such a bad human. You are the first creature to be kind to me since I lost my master and mistress. Thank you.
You poor fellow. What happened to your people?
My master was beheaded by Militia's foul gargoyle and cursed to ride the skies in search of his head. My mistress died of grief shortly thereafter. And I tried to defend my home when the boogeyman came to burn it. I failed.
Okay.
Your master was Count Sepish?
He was. I was proud to fight at his side.
I would like to help your master. If I recovered his head, do you think the curse would be lifted?
We can only hope. Here, take my master's medal. It may help you in the search. And thank you, brave lady.
Okay. So maybe that'll get her to move. If I show that to her.
Here you are.
Alright. I don't have a key for this, though.
It's locked.
Count Vladimir Tsepish, fearless warrior, devoted husband, and Lord Protector of Ooga Booga Land. Count Vlad...
Perhaps the stick will... No. No? Perhaps this horn. Okay. Maybe, perhaps the dog can help us.
What was your mistress like, noble hound?
She was the loveliest woman in Eldritch, and she loved my master, the Count beyond all things. Now her shade is all bitterness and rage. You would do well to avoid her.
Tell me, noble hound, why did Militia slay your master?
It was so long ago. Militia was leading an uprising against Ethelia and the rightful crown. My brave master led the charge against her. Militia was defeated and banished from Ethelia, but not before she killed Count Sepish. Now she is back, and I fear the worst for all of Eldritch.
Okay. Alright, maybe the doctor's back? Perhaps? Nothing new here. This goes back to the kids' house. Oh, that's right. Okay. So we have to get this. Alright. That's right. So this is... Yeah.
It would seem that keeping a lit firecracker in one's pocket isn't the best course of action.
Alright, I'm gonna count this as a death, but this is not easy to do because of the... My computer is faster than the game expects it to be. So it doesn't giving me anywhere near enough time to do this. But luckily you can just continue.
My lady, are you Valanice of Daventry?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Listen carefully. Your daughter has left this land. She is in dire trouble on the bowels of the great volcano. But that's not the worst of it. The volcano will soon erupt, and then all will be lost, including your daughter.
What? We cannot just stand by and do nothing?
Seek help from the kingdom of Etheria, Valanice. They have the power to break the enchantment. You must!
Where is this Etheria? How can I get there?
Etheria floats in the clouds far above us, lady. Once our Lord Count Sepish could have taken you there, but he's unfortunately lost his head. Find a way to help him, and he will certainly help you.
Alright, but first I have to explode, because I have a lit firecracker in my pocket. Nope, not yet. Okay, this is how we get in there. There we go. Okay. Perfect.
Oh my, poor Count Sepish.
Okay. Now we just wait until he shows up and then... and click on him. I clicked on him. Come on, game. There we go. Okay. Okay.
You have lifted the curse that was placed on me, my lady. I am deeply indebted to you. Black Valiant! Elspeth, my Elspeth. How I have missed you, my love.
And I you, my dearest darling.
You have done me an immeasurable kindness. Tell me what I can do for you in return.
I must find a way to Etheria, Count Sepish. It is imperative. I have heard that you may be able to help me.
Consider it done. I will give you the use of my horse. Here, take this fife. With it, you can call him to take you to Etheria. Once there, you cannot summon him, for he will not be able to hear you. But he will always come to you anywhere on the surface lands.
Thank you, Count.
It is nothing. Fly, necromancer, carry the lady to Etheria.
All right. Oh, this is shortcuts to different lands, if I remember correctly. Okay.
Oh my, aren't you the sweetest little things?
So those must be the seahorses from the opening of the game. Okay.
Mmm.
Okay. This must be the holy food. Okay, so that's for the cornucopia. Ambrosia, yep. Sacred food. Okay.
No! Get away! What a hideous beast! I could use some advice on how to avoid that thing.
How are you supposed to know that that's... Okay. Alright, well now that we got that, now we can lift the curse on that tree. Really annoying that the speed keeps turning down to minimum. Okay. No, it's RNG manipulation. It's RNG manipulation. Gotta do it on every screen. Otherwise you can't beat the game. Roberta says so. Ah, perfect. Alright, this goes here, I believe. Okay. And we got pomegranate. Sure. Let's see. I'm trying to think which side of the river deer and tree were on. It was not this side of the river.
I have replenished the cornucopia, Lord Attis. See, this strange fruit was part of its bounty.
A pomegranate? The pomegranate is the symbol of birth and death, of regeneration. Perhaps it could help my Ceres. But no, I dream.
Just shove that in there. Oh, okay. Sure.
My love, my love.
Sweet husband, how I missed you.
I cannot stay, Ceres. I must go to Etheria and do what I can to help. The volcano.
I know, love. I have work to be done as well. The forest has sustained much damage from Alicia's ugly curse, and I must make it right. You have my deepest thanks, dear lady.
Okay. Alright. Summon our horse. Go back to Etheria.
Farewell, my friend.
Okay. I think we can skip the dance with those things. There. And then I think the what's his face shows up here.
No, get away!
Or we just die.
Hideous
Okay.
beast. I could use some advice on how to avoid that thing.
Shit.
What in heaven's name was that? I've never seen a creature so swift.
Do we have to grab the horse while it's here? Oh, jeez. Oh, oh. Dang it. I'm standing like right here. Oh, God.
What in heaven's name was that?
Or actually, maybe like right here? I don't think there's anything else I can use on the screen. Huh. Maybe I have to give it berries when it ambrosia when it appears. And there's spooky ghost. Okay, I can't use that on it. I seem to recall that you have to do something with the doctor, I want to say. At some point in the end game. Which we're pretty much in right now. It was like that one goes to...
We're all gonna roast! We're all gonna roast! Mama! Mama! I want my mama!
So it was this way.
Excuse me, but I...
Go, sweet human. If we are to survive this crisis, we must all do our duties, and quickly. I must stay here and defend my forest. Do what you must do.
Okay. What was this way again? Ah. Okay. Pretty sure I have to go to where the doctor was. Oh. Oh, you can only get there through the Rainbow Bridge, apparently.
Oh, my.
Alright, we just gotta figure out which bridge it is. So it's not the forward right or the back right, so it's either that one or that one. Yep, okay, must be this one.
Howdy.
Yep, yep.
Kaboom, kaboom, total boom! Fire in the sky! We're all gonna die! Totally necrotic! Future fried,
Okay, Doc is out. Okay, so it's likely not this. We already did that. We already dealt with the dog. Okay, this is...
Hello! Hello, good sir!
Hello there, lady. You have to excuse me. I'm real busy. When the volcano blows up, we're gonna need a lot of graves, you know.
Okay. Alright, I think we're done with this area then. I assume we're done with the desert. God, I can't shake the feeling like I'm supposed to do with that something with that horse that's flying around, but I have a feeling it's the game is running too fast for me to do the puzzle properly. Alright, where is this taking me? Oh, in the middle of the desert. Great, perfect. Just where I want to be. I don't think there's anything to get in the desert anyways. Is there like another screen from here that I haven't, We can go up from... Oh, we can go up from here. That's why. Ah. Oh. Wait. Ah, that's why they show you this. There we go. Okay. Okay.
Who are you?
We are the Fates, mortal.
I am Clotho. I spin the fates of women and men.
I am Lachesis. I measure the fates of women and men.
I am Atropos. I sever the fates of women and men.
What do you want of us, daughter of humanity?
I can't blow the horn here. Dang it.
My daughter is imprisoned by militia, and I fear for her life. I must see Oberon and Titania immediately.
You cannot. The king and queen have gone on a journey, seeking their own lost child. Take your case to Mab, the Lady of Dreams.
Where is this Mab? How can I find her?
She lives beyond the waking world, on an island of dreams and nightmares. It cannot be reached in the waking reality.
Ah, I see.
I came to you for help, and you gave me riddles. If Mab cannot be reached in the waking world, she cannot be reached at all.
Open your mind, mortal. You must sleep to reach the Queen of Dreams. Go now.
Ah, okay. And a great place to sleep is... in a coffin. Okay, so it was this one? No, this one. Hey, the doctor's in. Perfect.
My dear Lady Valenice, what brings you back to this neck of the boneyard?
Dr. Cadaver, I have a terrible problem.
Come in, come in. How can I help you, Lady Valenice?
That looks nice and soft. Egad! What am I thinking? It's a long story, Doctor, but what it comes down to is that I must travel to Dreamland to see Lady Mab, but I can't find a safe place to sleep.
Is that all? Don't worry, my lady. Just climb into my coffin here. It's lined with pure dream silk. You'll be asleep in no time.
Okay.
I suppose I could try to sleep here.
Please do. I'll make sure you're not disturbed.
Thank you.
Here you are, my dear. Sweet dreams.
Oh, man. Screen turns weird colors. All right. Okay.
My lady, are you all right?
I went to Dreamland, and Mab, she was frozen. She was a solid block of ice.
Oh, dear. Mab was never known for her warm personality, but that doesn't sound right at all.
It looks like things are worse than we knew. I must go. Thank you, Dr. Cadaver. You've been very kind.
I wish you the best of luck, Lady Valenice. Farewell!
Okay, so what now? We did that. Guess I go back to the Fates.
I have seen Mab, and she has been frozen into a lifeless statue of ice.
Ice always melts in the spring, mortal. Perhaps the Lady of Spring can tell you what may be done.
She of the flowers.
She of the forest.
Okay. I know where she is. Okay. And that one is the bottom right rainbow will take me to her. And it's this way. Her.
Lady Ceres, may I ask a question of you? Anything.
I have seen Mab, Lady of Dreams, and she has been placed under a terrible curse. She's been frozen like a block of ice. Lady of Spring, what can be done for her?
Frozen, you say? Let me think. I do recall a legend, yes. You must fill a shaft of crystal with purest sunlight. With that you can thaw her. But I must warn you, you cannot take any physical objects into the land of dreams while you are asleep, my lady. You will have to travel there awake.
Okay.
Lady Ceres, how am I to travel to the realm of dreams while awake?
Holy
What
shit,
must I
that
do?
scared the shit out of me.
I do not know, child of humans. Perhaps you should speak with the three fates. There's very little they do not know.
The garbage truck was outside, and oh my god, it shook the whole apartment. Okay. Alright, so back to the fates again. And they're probably going to say, hey, you have to grab that air horse. But your CPU's running too fast, so good luck.
I have seen Ceres, and she has told me that I must enter the land of dreams while awake. How can I do this, great ladies?
You must cheat the fabric of reality. You must ride on the wings of a dream.
There is only one who can do such a thing.
Our nephew, the weaver of dreams.
Okay.
You will need this. It sometimes pleases our nephew to surround himself with the darkest terrors of night.
Ah.
Farewell, Valenice.
Okay. So we need that in order to clear out the things out of the cave. And I think that horse thing is just there to knock you off the ledge, just to be annoying. Windows wants to update again. Another time, Windows. Okay, so now that we got the dream catcher, so we need to fill a crystal with sunlight. And we don't have a crystal or sunlight, but no big deal. All right, dream catcher on there. Okay.
Excuse me. Hello?
What do you want?
I need your help.
I help no one. I am the weaver of dreams, and that is all. Go away. Go now, before I weave you a nightmare that will turn your hair white.
Your aunts, the Fates, gave me this object to get past your nightmare. My business with you is most urgent.
You captured my nightmare in that little thing. How amusing. How irritating. I suppose I should have had a second creature on hand, but I seldom weave more than one at a time. Nightmares are solitary creatures, you know. They will destroy each other on sight.
Dreamweaver, listen to me. Oberon and Titania are missing, and Mab has been horribly cursed. I must reach her Isle of Dreams while awake and cure her, or all will be lost.
My precious sister is missing? You must go to Mab immediately. Wait, I will give you something.
Is it a crystal? I hope so. No.
When you ride this magical tapestry, you can travel through dreams in the flesh. But be warned, you will be vulnerable. Hurry, mortal, hurry.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Victory toot. Got him. Okay. So we can go right from here, we can go down, left, everywhere but up. Okay. Okay. Persia. So yeah, we need a crystal. Hold the sunlight, apparently. So whatever it is, we have to get it not from here. So there's okay, maybe the fates can tell us where the crystal filled with sunlight might be. So as far as other crystals in the game, there was in the desert area, in that temple. Maybe that was it? It was one of those? Or where the scorpion was? What? 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 Excuse me? I click on them and then she just pieces out. Okay, sounds like we're on our own then. So yeah, it must be that from the desert area. Which would have been here. Unless I can backtrack from the... Yeah, so over here. And then in here, there was crystals. So there's... Is this the sunlight? So she's clearly... I don't think I have any crystals, and I don't remember seeing any. Where would crystals be? Maybe the mouse has it somehow? The curiosity mouse?
The shop is closed. You'd better go. The volcano is about to blow.
Sure. Okay, there's also... I remember... Oh. So through this passage here, right below where the monster thing was, there's things crushed on the ground, but it wouldn't let me pick these up earlier, interact with them. And that's still nothing, apparently. So let's see. The only other place that I remembered there being crystals was underground in the troll area.
These statues are so beautiful. Incredible.
Incredible. There's that. I don't think this guy wants to talk anymore. Yeah, it won't even let me interact with them. Okay. So nothing there. In town? Is there anything in town? So there's a china shop, but I'm not sure if they had, anything crystal here?
As much as I enjoy Fernando's company, I'd better be on my way.
Sure. I also can't shake the feeling that I just missed, urgent volcano meeting. Sure. Like there's just one of the directions in the dream world. Like I had to go to the right or something, and hey, there's crystals there. There's also possibly the witch's house in the forest. I don't think it's the doctor's house. So the witch's house was this rainbow. I don't think there's any crystals here. Okay, I don't hear the dog.
It's our big night, my widow Cuddles. We're gonna blow that rotten old Etheria right out of the sky. And we just might take the rest of the world with it, won't we, kissy boy?
Sure. Oh.
You humans don't have the best survival instincts, do you?
I hate to hide like a mouse, but I guess sometimes that's the only thing you can do.
Sure? Alright, I think this one I have to look up
It's
because...
our big night, my widow Cuddles. We're gonna blow that rotten old Etheria right out of the sky. And we just might take the rest of the world with it, won't we, kissy boy?
Ah, okay. So I was on the right track here. I was on the right track here. I just had a quick peek at a walkthrough from Seer Help pages. But it turns out I was on the right track here. This is where you get the crystal, and then you do need to take it to that,
It's our big night, my widow.
Okay, we already heard that.
It's too bad there won't be anyone left to admire my beauty, Cuddles. What do you have in your mouth? Let me see. No matter, you naughty boy. Let's go watch the fireworks.
Okay. Alright, so right here. This is where you get the crystal. Yep. Which is kind of not an obvious place, but sure. Like I'm not sure how you would remember that that's there or what, but sure. Okay, we gotta go back over here. I think that gargoyle waking up is RNG as well. Okay. So now we got the crystal. We can bring it to the desert, which is the back left one. We can power it up, and then we can go save Mab. Here it's 2 screens to the north. Dang, I'm kind of mad. I almost made it through the game without having to look at a guide. But this one had me stumped. Okay, so then this goes here. Yep, so there's that. Okay. And now we go to Dream World. Oh, nice. It just takes you right here. That is useful. Okay. And we do this. And that. Alright, let me minimize that walkthrough. So probably will not need it.
What? Well, who are you?
I am Valenice of Daventry, my Lady Mab. I urgently need your help. Militia has ignited the volcano, and Oberon and Titania cannot be found.
Militia! That vicious creature enchanted me so that she could destroy us all. Well, she won't succeed. You must send the winds to find the king and queen.
I? How am I to do that?
You must harness the wind, Sirocco, and ride him to the top of the mountain of winds.
Oh my god.
Levantal will surely help you.
Oh god.
Go, brave Valenice. I must try to hold back the volcano's explosion. Thank you for freeing me from my prison of ice. If we all survive this, I will send you only sweet dreams for the rest of your life.
Boy. King's Quest and bridles. Good lord. Alright, hold up. So, yep. A magic bridle, again. God. This is... So, King's Quest 2? King's Quest 4. And... kind of 6, because you need to befriend the horse. Okay. We gotta be standing like right here, and then be very prepared. Got him. Shit. Well done, Valenice. What? Okay, do I have to be standing over here? Okay, it is... Oh, God.
Well, I never. Some people are so rude.
Sure. Apparently you have to hide behind the cave or something. Oh, the horse leaves if you're kind of on the path. Wait. There we go. Okay.
Carrasco, you big bully! What have I told you about eating people? What have I told you?
Oh, Ma, I was just playing.
Don't lie to me, young man!
What's going on here? Speak.
Who are you?
I am Levanter, King of the Wind. Who are you?
I am Valenice of Daventry. Your Majesty, we must summon Oberon and Titania. The Lady Militia plans to detonate the volcano, and all of Eldritch will be destroyed.
Winds, come to me. Come to me now. Fly, my people. Fly and find the Lord and Lady of Etheria.
Oh man. We got a sweet duck plane.
Militia has ignited the volcano? Are you sure of this?
See for yourself, my Lord Oberon.
Sweet Mother Nature!
We thank you, mortal. You are valiant and brave. Come, my husband, we must try to undo what has been done. I only pray that we can.
How many gods does it take to stop one volcano? We've talked to like 6 so far.
Wait! My daughter! What about my daughter?
Alright, chapter 6, ready, set, boom. This chapter is very short.
Rosella, change the imposter back into his rightful form. It's our only chance.
Rosella, get him!
No, no, get him!
Okay.
Rosella, no, don't, no, stop, don't!
Oh, in the name of Grigor Samson, no! Oh, no! Don't do it! Oh, no, no, no!
Oops.
Oops.
Rosella, change the imposter back into his rightful form. It's our only chance.
Rosella, get him!
No, no, get him!
T-mode? There we go.
Rats.
Rats.
Edgar?
You, the son of Oberon and Titania? What are you doing here?
Rosella, where are we? What's going on?
My dear princess, I have something so special in store for you. I hope you enjoy hot weather.
Ow! Ow!
Come, my lady. We must hurry.
What? She's digging through the wall? Okay. Alright. So this one was... The door was left, right, and then nose. There's also this flower here for some reason. So you had to remember this from the cutscene. at the beginning of the other, Okay, that's supposed to go there. Okay. And then... Okay. And then what? You're supposed to wait until that thing changes colors? Shovel will fix the situation. If only I had a horn to blow. Mysterious device. Is there a button I can press on it? I remember him saying that there was... It's got to be powered up or something. Okay, maybe it was... I can't remember. I can't remember how you do this part. Oh, there's the flower? Way to get the flower somehow. Apparently we missed getting that. Ah. There we go. Okay. It's too late in the day for me to try and figure this out myself. Okay. Okay.
My daughter. Oh, I thought I'd never see you again.
Mama, I'm so sorry. I saw the castle and I jumped in to see, and the Troll King, Edgar, well, he just...
Edgar?
So that's Edgar from the end of King's Quest IV.
No, you'll not touch her.
Out of my way, whelp! I enslaved your little mind once. Don't think I'll be so kind this time.
Never again, Militia!
Edgar!
Ah! Ha, ha.
Sure. All right. Get ready for
I thought we'd never see you again.
tiny ending video.
Valanice, I cannot thank you enough. You have not only saved our world, you have given us back our greatest treasure, our son.
Your son? Edgar? You know our son?
Well, you see, I was stolen as a baby by an evil fairy named Lolotte. She twisted my body and tried to twist my mind, but somehow I knew I was not her son. Then Rosella appeared. I knew she was special. She released me from my slavery to Lolotte, and I went home to Etheria.
We were so happy. The whole kingdom was overjoyed. We held a ball in our son's honor and...
Our boy vanished from the gardens on the night of the party. We were crushed. We set off to search for him immediately. Now I know it was all part of Melicia's evil plot.
Something went terribly wrong with you, my sister. Let us start over again, shall we?
Rosella, it was I who lured you into this world. I kidnapped you. I know you can never forgive me, but please, let me assure you that I was not in my right mind. I would never have done that had I known.
Edgar, would you show me the sights of Etheria? After all, it's what I came for.
All right. Here's the incredible ending.avi. Get out your magnifying glasses.
It's so beautiful.
Rosella, you've been in my heart since the day I first saw you. Rosella, may I have the honor of courting you?
Yes, you may.
All right, 4 FPS ending. And then they fly away on a duck boat. The best ending. So this is the true ending, by the way. You can actually get a different ending if you don't give him the extra life.
Magic
way more people involved in this one than the earlier ones. Special thanks to Mom. Shoutouts to Mom. So that just boots you to... Okay. Well, perfect. That is the King's Quest experience. Let's cut the timer there and get this one wrapped up. Okay. King's Quest VII. The Princeless Bride, huh? Alright, completed. Yep. I'm gonna say I did cheat. I had to look up the solutions to a few things. So sure, we'll say cheated. Things I liked. Really nice background art. Voice acting was really good. Music was nice. A few parts were actually funny. Very accessible compared to a lot of the earlier King's Quest games. So when I say very accessible, I mean that if you die, there's just a button that says continue, and it puts you right back to where just before you died, which is great. You don't have to worry about having to save all the time. There was no dead man walking situations as this one. There was no soft locks. It was just start to finish, figure out how to do it, and you can do it all in one go. Which is nice compared to the other ones. Alright, things I didn't like. Felt like there was left to do in this game. Let's see. Lack of flavor text and descriptive writing. Let's see. Characters weren't very interesting. Some of the sprite work just ended up looking goofy. And that's about it for there. Okay. Archduke, yep. 4 FPS cutscenes. Yeah, 4 FPS cutscenes, sure. Yeah, that'll do it for that. Drum bass, nope. Ilamaus, yeah, sure. Let's say that because everybody had 4 fingers in this game, and that's a little weird. So sure, I know that's an animation thing, but still, come on. Difficulty easy to hard. This one is definitely one of the easiest King's Quest games, mostly because, as I described before, there's no soft locks you can get into. The puzzles are all pretty straightforward, and if you do get in a situation where you're stuck, you can usually just try every item on everything to get through, and it's not like you missed one important thing 10 minutes into the game and you don't know you can't finish it until the end of the game, like in previous ones. There's nothing like that. It does let you retry right before where you just died, which is great. And also makes the game much easier than the other ones. So you still need multiple brain cells to play this one, but you need less brain cells to play it than the other ones. So I'm going to give this a 2 out of 5 for difficulty. Alright, and then how I felt about this one overall. So this one had great art. It really did a good job taking advantage of the expanded color palette that afforded a game from '94. Music and sound I thought was great. The animation was fantastic for almost the whole game. Like, it was marred a little bit by the kind of goofy faces that you see from characters when they get far away from the camera, but that's just something that tends to happen with a game like that, and the way they used to render things. As a game, though, I think it was really a step back from the earlier King's Quest games in that they made the decision to simplify the gameplay systems compared to the earlier ones. So you just had one cursor to control everything. That cursor moved you, and it also interacted with the things, picked up items, used items. So you're missing a lot of the interactivity that the earlier games had, and that also took away some of the challenge, which, hey, that's good or bad depending on your perspective of this type of game. But I feel that the changes that they made from 5 and 6 to 7 resulted in the game being not as good for fans of the series, and probably also for just adventure games in general. Like this is certainly a King's Quest game that it's possible to beat for pretty much anybody who picks up and plays it, but you're kind of losing the soul of what made King's Quest so great by just making it kind of so dumbed down. So everything surrounding the gameplay, I think they did a fantastic job with, but unfortunately the changes they made to the gameplay just really didn't hold up as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's still an adventure game, sure, but they made it almost like a LucasArts style adventure game, which sure, that's their own thing, but that isn't what I come to see our online adventure games for, you know? So this one, probably for me, I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 5, because this to me, I felt was noticeably worse than the previous ones. So that is how I feel about King's Quest VII, The Princess Bride, finished in just over 6 hours. Okay. So that'll do it for that. The next King's Quest game is King's Quest VIII. Also called The Mask of Eternity. And if you've never seen that game before, it is completely different from all the other games in the series. So all the other games in the series were 2D adventure games. King's Quest VIII is more like, it's almost like Tomb Raider. Yeah. And if that sounds weird, that's because it is. It's also a huge pain in the ass to run, so I'm gonna have to continue messing around with trying to get it to run properly on my systems. And we might actually hold off on playing that one because there's some stuff going on that I might have some, let's say, computer upgrades that I could actually use on that one. So we might be playing something other than King's Quest VIII for the next backlog game. I don't know. I'll keep you all updated on the Discord and on Twitter when I make that call. We'll actually find out by tomorrow afternoon if I do. But that'll do it for tonight. This was a very long stream for me, especially of late. This is almost 8.5 hours. I typically try to keep my streams at most 6, but I really wanted to finish King's Quest VII tonight, and we did. So I'm probably not going to stream for at least the next 2 days or so because my back is killing me and I really need to rest it. And my internet server provider is actually going to be down for pretty much the time that I typically stream from for 2 days from now. So yeah, we got 8.5 hours of content tonight though, and I'll be working in the background on other stuff as relates to the stream. But that'll do it for tonight. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. Take care.